doing donuts with a limousine on the Las Vegas Strip.
Well, dude, the bit that got me was him driving backwards down the road on the strip. That takes some
That's not
fucking
nearly as
skill.
dangerous as doing a fucking donut on like what is basically a highway. And then
So great.
said he wanted to do it to see the aliens, and then
Well,
and then
yeah.
demanded to be
It's the
referred to
Area
as the chosen
51
one.
shit. I'm gonna take the plane and I'm gonna fly the plane to Area 51. What are you gonna do when you get out the plane and there's 100 armed men all ready to gun you down as soon as the plane door opens? What are you gonna do? Is that when
You
you
forgot to refer
nobody
to
else
him
is
as the
around?
chosen one. That's why it doesn't make sense
Yeah,
to you.
nobody else in the in is. Well, yeah, he's a marauder. He's gonna get out the plane and just fucking start doing magic because he doesn't care. I'm the chosen one. Let me through. I want to see the aliens. Yeah. Okay. We're all here then. Hey, Dag.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I basically wanted to throw a call so that we could have everybody in one place and figure out the things that are missing still, and figure out how and where you guys are going to start off, so that we know like the basis of the intro. That's what I'm really trying to figure out here, because I know you guys have this location in mind that you guys are maybe thinking of having as a base. I want to know where that is and how you guys are, what the story is of how you guys have got there and things like that. Where are you heralding from, etc.
Heralding from. I can give you the no, not Girthogics. That's fucking Dag's bullshit name.
Oh,
Guillaume
we're already
Granat.
getting the G's mixed up. Hey.
Yeah, well, you know, every G's a star.
Not a real G. Not mixing up your G's.
To dot your G's and cross your G's. Cross your G's, Zeus.
Or Cabal
Grella.
should be the real G's.
The real G.
I wrote Grelef pretty cool, but Grelef is actually really lame. And that's just going to be the running theme with him. He's old. He's basically done very little with his awakened soul and just the Ascension War itself.
Yeah.
He's just like been really slow on the uptake because he was just always basically a fucking retard getting in like conflicts with everyone everywhere. And he was in Montreal in Quebec because I decided to fucking make a fucking Quebecois because I felt like it.
You just had to make him more disgusting than you could.
I don't know, it made sense somehow. It was like, who are the only people in North America who are bound to like burn something down and feel justified about it? I was like, yeah, okay. Maybe the Quebecois are like likelier.
What? Quebecois.
Like Quebecois.
Quebec.
I'm not going to give him an accent because the Quebecois don't actually have a fucking accent when they speak English.
I mean, they're still they've got. I when I was in Guatemala when I was 19, I was surrounded by them, and that's what makes this slightly more visceral and understandable. Because there was a French guy and there was Quebecois, and they were fucking ripping on this French guy, like, oh, so French, so French. You know, they were ripping on him, and they say we more like what. And they have all these weird swear words that are like fucking biblical swear words.
They fuck up the French. Well, the funny thing about Quebecois French is that it's technically 18th century French, and they just haven't bothered to learn to speak better than 18th century peasants. And then they added English words into it to make it worse. And then they made up words for things that were missing, so whatever. But that's the French, and the French doesn't matter. And when they switch to English, they have to go to fucking Canadian public school and speak English correctly. So, again, relevant. All that to say, Grelef's whole thing is that he was in with a much cooler, tougher crew than him back in Montreal, and they basically sent him to LA because they didn't like him. And from what I understand, the way the Hermetics work is that they really pretend to be the ultra cool secret society of mages with like a very strict hierarchy and just hierarchy of pedigree of mages that really you distinguish yourself when you move up and you can be trusted. And the reality is that not at all. And I'm figuring that like if there were a bunch of fuckers like being hunted down by the technocracy IRL who pretended to be really cool and to like give themselves authority and pedigree, they would act even more like terrorists. And so I'm figuring what the way that would be is that it would just be like these little fiefdoms, right, by chantry, and basically the higher ups showing up to these little fiefdoms and demanding their tribute, demanding their pound of flesh. And so where I'm going with this is the Montreal chantry basically had to send somebody over, had to pay an awakened soul to their higher ups, and that's Gralef. They took the guy that they didn't like and they sent him to LA.
Wow. And so he was sent for that reason. And so how did he get out of that? And how's he going to end up in downtown? How?
Oh, he
Because
didn't.
surely
That's
that's going to
the
be
whole
his
point.
priority.
Like he deserves this fate because he's been extremely like basically useless. He has an awakened will and it's only recently come into being, and he's gone further and further into study, but what drives him, what like tortures him is this like despair of him not actually being um not having the clout, not having the status, not being in with his own faction as much as he would like to. He is just still regarded as as like as a bitch. And so he's half like plotting to have his to do his big thing to show off to prove himself to the Hermetics, and also have just like kind of abandoning himself to uh, the instructions of his higher ups, right? Who in LA, I'm also like I'm basically writing this in for the character for me informally. Back in Montreal, because I got to read a little bit of Montreal by night, it's infested with vampires, and I essentially put it down as there's a turf war between uh, the traditions and the vampires up there in Montreal, because the reason the vampires want to be there is that there is like a spiritual presence that attracts them there, the Sabbat specifically, and they create an absolutely chaotic environment that I assume the technocracy cannot manage, and that naturally has to mean that the traditions who are like most desperate, who need to get away from the technocracy, probably from the tri-state, will like their first destination would probably be Quebec. You go there, it's full of fucking vampires in the Sabbat, and it's a mess, and people die, but the technocracy will not go look for you there. That's my idea of it. So those guys, right, are the super tough guys. And where I've built it up is that his old crew, the reason that he was not in with them is that they were double dealing with the vampires, as the Hermetics have always done. right? That is like their recurring true. Like if there was a clan weakness for each of the factions, the one for the Hermetics would like not just definitely, but be an all-consuming one that defines them. That they will go straight for dealing with the vampires in ways that they shouldn't. And so they sent him
Right.
to L.A.
And Growlithe isn't about that. Growlithe doesn't fuck with that.
And Grelov doesn't fuck with that. He was busy killing vampires. That's his whole thing with the fire and so on and all this stuff.
Oh,
Um,
he has hatred vampires, huh? He doesn't like those things.
Let me put it this way: not hatred, as in um, his idea is his like the paradigm of the flambeau. The way I'm putting it is that they don't look at the shell, the form of living beings. They just have this extreme notion of what has, the sacred fire in it, of life, of the trapped world soul in every body. And what is a problem with the vampires is that they don't have that. Just like he thinks that the machine men, the technocracy, don't have that either. They do not have the sacred fire burning in them of the world soul anymore. So, all of which to say,
The sacred fire.
his crew that is double dealing with vampires sent him as tribute to, or and representing like the Quebec crew, the Quebec
Yeah.
chantry in LA. That chantry is all Kwaijin. It's all just a bunch of Korean vampires that are already trying to get in good with the Hermetics, and the Hermetics are trying to get in good with them, because the
How
Ascension
fucking
War is
horrifying.
is going very badly for the traditions, and the first thing the Hermetics do when that happens is that they try to deal with the vampires to try to become immortal. And that's the
Okay.
plot he's caught up in, right? Surrounded by vampires, was of like a consistent vampire murderer by just setting random fucking buildings on fire in Quebec, and is now stuck in a spa run by more vampires. However, mages aren't particularly knowledgeable about how to like see these things. Like they'll run up, they'll know what a vampire is, and if a guy runs up to them and is like, "I'm a vampire," I'll be like, "Okay, I know what you are," but they won't have any idea of like to what degree are the vampires around, who's a vampire, how do I find one, all this stuff, unless they were, say, a hunter, which is a different type of burning, awakened soul, I would say.
Yeah. No, I like that. And so this spa, it's an actual physical real life location in downtown, right?
Yep, in Koreatown. It
Okay.
is
Can
it
you
is
can you
the
throw me what it's
filthiest.
called?
It's called Grand Spa in Koreatown. Uh,
Grand Spa, Koreatown,
Christian
West
had the
6th.
pleasure of looking through the Google comments on it.
Yeah,
It
it's a
is.
wonderful place.
Oh wow, it really looks like a fucking a horrifying concrete
And
monster.
now I want you, yeah. I So you can do the Google reviews later to look at the pictures of like the piss stains and the drywall collapsing and how Korean people scam you when you try to go there. I
Yeah.
want
Chris,
you to zoom in on
we're
Google
going on a
Maps
field trip, Chris.
until on the same building you see a bar named Shrine, and I want you to click on that.
Do
That'd
what
be
now? Where's the
I
bar?
want you to I want you to zoom in on that building. You're going to see a Korean
Yeah.
barbecue place, and you're going to see something called
Yeah.
Shrine. I want you to look for the images of that.
Okay. I'm just putting a little bookmark on that place so I don't ever lose it. Danny Joe Fitness, Hanu Barbecue, Shrine. Oh god. Oh my god. How did you find
ah,
this? That is cursed. That
It's
is
beautiful.
Welcome to
fucking
the
cursed.
Hermetics Gantry.
You actually you found one. You found one.
yeah.
Oh
This
wow.
place would have its own theme music. OST.
And here's one of them.
It's a karaoke bar. It would have more than one.
Should be like how the isolated plays the asylum every time.
Every single
Yeah.
time, yeah.
Okay.
No, the more impressive one to me is actually a photo that's on Grand Spa, which I'm not sure what the door actually is for, but on Grand Spa they have a photo of a door that is quite literally just the fucking entrance to the chantry part, to the
Shrine.
important
Call
part.
it the shrine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Let me find it, because it is actually like the most video
That's-
game shit you could ever
It's
approach.
literally
Yeah, here it is.
it's like almost
It did fuck with, like, the whole building has fucked with my brain several times where I actually thought it was CG. I actually thought I was looking at CG like models
Yeah,
of the
here's the
building
door.
put up online, but no, it's real, and so my brain is completely fucking broken.
And it has the secret numpad with the secret code that invariably has like 20 digits to it.
yeah, but it's like a keypad that like uses stone mechanics.
It's also at the
Wow,
bottom of a fucking stairwell too. That's the best part.
they have a cursed door that goes
Yeah.
backwards. Jesus.
Look at that!
Dude, we
look
gotta
at
go
that.
there, Chris. We have to go
And,
there.
and that's where homie lives. Go to the. I'm kind of down. It's been growing on me. I don't like going to Koreatown because that whole fucking place just sucks. But this is getting more and more interesting the more I look into it.
once the games actually start, it might start to have more of a resonance.
Right.
Take my
So-
retard who's
so-
looking for a place to rent. That'll be a good occasion.
Yeah. Well, so your character,
Yeah.
place aside, he's actually living in the spa? What's the crack?
Yes. So he works the furnace in the spa.
Oh, wow. He's getting paid.
Yeah. And so well, here's the thing. They let him live there as long as he works the furnace, and they provide other miscellaneous services such as supplying him with a steady supply of Korean barbecue.
Steady amount of Korean blowjobs.
Yes, exactly. Korean hand jobs from 40-year-old Korean hookers, and lots and lots of Korean barbecue, because Grelef's only particular passion is lifting weights. And with Forces 3, Life 3, you can imagine the stupid shit he gets up to.
And hey, so all the group conversations are going to be like with
Yes.
fucking husky voices in the steam room in
In
towels.
the steam room, in which he has put weightlifting like stands. That is inside this Egyptian themed location here.
Okay,
You open
fantastic.
that door and it's a Turkish bath, and in the Turkish bath there's just benches and
Nice. Well, hello?
yeah, and so also like about the characters that he's not the only flambeau there. The other flambeaux are out and about, right, all over LA, getting busy doing stuff. But he's basically kind of left behind to be the cleanup bitch, right? To look after the chantry and just make sure that things go right, and that's all there is to him. Like, his other main job is legal trash burns around the area. When people
Okay.
like don't want to pay, it's $6,000 to get rid of like a bunch of tires or whatever they have in their
the local
backyard.
dodgy Korean spa says, "Hey, I got a guy.
Yeah,
do it."
exactly. And that's because that's exactly how the Korean community works, right? Vampires have plenty of trash to burn, tons of it, and they do not want to do it themselves for obvious reasons. But he doesn't know that, so.
Yeah. Well, all right. So I've established that place. Thank you for that. It was very, very fucking descriptive. Let's start with Gary then. How is Gary, the monstrous looking time criminal homeless man? How does Gary end up at the spa, or what's his connection to that area? And what brings him there,
Well,
and maybe a bit of where it comes from.
Yarrow Maros is pretty much the most easily manipulated fucker that the GM could hope for because, like, literally, I just go where fate fucking takes me. Like, I literally probably saw this place in a fucking dream and came here.
Or really needed a hand job.
Or, like,
Yeah.
you saw like my foci and the end of the whole backstory. Like he did a big ritual to find out where he should go next. He is basically the ultimate drifter that is easily manipulated by the GM.
So
Could also be
basically,
more
LA fauna.
could also be more action oriented because there are ass tons of fucking vampires in LA and they're all having their own fucking turf war and nightmare shit going on. And in particular, they don't like the Kwai-Jin because they're not like other fucking vampires, which is, you know, a thing worth looking into. But in particular, downtown and like that whole area is absolutely like that's a hot spot for them, and so it's not unlikely that at one point or another you get your like fucking ass kicked out of that area by circumstance, not necessarily directly because they're fucking killers, but like where do I end up going? Well, I got fucking chased off by some fucking retards who are way too strong, way too fucking fast, and like would actually murder you.
Right.
And so, like, what's a place to go? This is a place because currently, a little bit of a history lesson, which is, you know, valuable for this. The Kwai-Jin, fucking Eastern vampires, they're not like Western vampires. They don't come from Kane. They don't come from anything. They're more like yokai than actual fucking like Western vampires are much more scientifically driven. They have a means of reproduction. They drain blood. They eat it. They consume it for that sort of shit. Eastern vampires are people who fucked up their dharmic path, and so they get risen as corpses, and they were different people, and they have to follow the dharmic path to basically get the right to die and move on to the next life. And they don't drink blood. They basically consume the chi of people. They consume energy from people, and that usually takes the form of like their breath, but it can also be other shit. And it's yeah, they're vampires with like a million asterisks on it, and they're also nearly extinct because their main stomping grounds was China, and China is now hard technocracy, as we all know. And so they're basically an endangered species wherever they are.
You
Avoid
can
that
imagine
stank-ass
why
Korean
they
breath
would.
in the spa.
Yeah, exactly. It's a
You
good
can
spot
imagine
to
why the
start draining.
Hermetics would be extremely interested in making very solid deals with them.
Yeah, well, I mean, your guy is fucking. To go back to Grillaf, he does not like the fucking Kwai-Jin, and so this place isn't run by the Kwai-Jin, right? This
That's
is
not
something
true.
totally different.
That's not true. See, that's the thing about Grelef. Like he has murdered an extraordinary amount of vampires, but just because they were in the way, because he was busy doing his following the instructions of his crew back in Montreal. He does not actually consider the vampires his enemy at all. And he is perfectly
Right.
fine being in an establishment that, yeah, you can basically tell, but he's not going to look too close. There's a bunch of fucking vampires running this place.
Yeah.
And even if he
I
was,
like that.
the interesting plot point is that like Kwai-Jin Eastern vampires are distinct enough from Canites that they are actually like you could
Yeah, of
mistake
course.
them and go, "What the fuck are you? You don't drink blood. You don't." Probably the most egregious thing about vampires too is that they reproduce, and Kwai-Jin don't reproduce. They can't make more of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So like if
They're
somebody
not a danger. Yeah.
even if somebody hated vampires, like coming across them is actually probably one of the better people to come across, one of the better vampires to come across.
sounding like some people in the Order of Hermes 800 years ago.
Right.
Right. So Morales is a very easy one to write in because he's quite literally just following fate, and fate has led him to this moment. Fate has led him to this place, and what follows is simply him following that road. He's very easy to write in. What
Well, like
about?
honestly, it could have been it could have been more appropriate to have my character introduced first into that dynamic, right? Because my character is also technically homeless, and his whole thing was that I'm just gonna say he's from the area because I'm from the area, so I can like justify knowing things that most people wouldn't. But he hasn't spent all of his life here. He went to college up north, and then did all of the things that justify all of his dots. Got awakened like most people do in places of education, and then basically pseudo joined the VAs, but also didn't until he found his mentor, and basically went as hard as he could into the Ascension War, doing all of the things that really extremist VAs do, which is essentially just shadow running shit, just doing all sorts of cyber warfare before it was cool. And yeah, the story after that is obviously his mentor dies, and so like he's left basically kind of causeless and not really knowing how to operate as a lone person. And so he returns to basically his home, and also with the knowledge that there are other people like him that are down here. And yeah, just fucking ends up homeless. And so the fate part can be like us running into each other, and then also like the knowledge that I have what's it called? Just by my spheres, the ability to the domains of understanding that I have uh, can lead me to places like fucking nodes and any place with really strong resonance and whatever. And so getting kicked out by whatever local forces exist from the normal downtown like homeless areas, uh, ending up in Koreatown, like I'm essentially a compass for that. And then I go, well, let's go see what's here. And if it's tech shit,
Shit. Well,
then we can bail. But if it's something else, I guess we can see.
as homeless dudes, two homeless dudes, you would naturally show up to the Korean spa where you could get in for free to take a shower. So these
It's
two
an
homeless dudes
exceptionally
go.
cheap motel.
You picked the
It is like
perfect location,
the cheapest
dude.
fucking
Honestly.
motel I have ever seen. They started out at 20, and now the rooms are for 30. However, all of the Google reviews indicate that they fucking scam you when you get there. They basically make you pay more than is advertised. So it's 30 if you can avoid getting scammed.
So that's the game when we go down there, Chris. avoid paying anything if possible.
And as you saw in the Google reviews, homosexuals are very disappointed that it's not a good place to meet men. It's just not.
Oh yeah, that was on the reviews, huh? It's not a good place to meet men. Is that a thing? Do dudes go to the spa to get gay? Is that a fucking thing?
Yes, explicitly.
They
Wow.
wouldn't
Okay.
survive the encounter with
Like
our
6 months
assholes.
ago, I was fucking posting on Discord because I sneaked into a spa. I sneaked into a private gym. I don't know why I
Nice.
was bored. And I started walking around. I was like, oh, there's a sauna here. Maybe I'll go use it. And then I started seeing dudes with fucking hoop earrings and pink sneakers walking around. And I was like, oh, no, time to leave.
No. And then you're
The worst
running out
part
and you
was,
slip over on the wet floor and your fucking ass
it
cheeks are
was worse
puckered
than
and
that.
then fucking
It
Tyrone
was worse
comes
than
in.
that. Because I was wearing construction gloves at the time, and the way I had gotten in is that I got through a service door that locked from the other side. So I went back to the service door, and it was fucking locked. And I walked back over, and then the fucking management showed up, and they were like, "Why are you here?" And I was like, "What do you mean? This is a gym." And there's like, "Why are you wearing those gloves?" And and then I literally in front of management turned to the janitor who had been laughing the whole time, and I was like, "Where do I leave?" And they had to escort me to the elevator. Oh yeah, I went there just looking for Wi-Fi. That's how I got there. Wi-Fi in a toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
homosexual fuck gyms are basically like in every other, you know, city center. There's like a bunch of them everywhere.
It is an entire like subculture going to spas and getting fucked, and yeah,
Literally the bathhouse.
yeah.
so this is
I'm surprised you don't know
this
that's
is
a cultural thing.
no, I don't. This is like a dodgy Korean fucking, but it doesn't have the gay vibes. For what? Maybe
No,
because it's in the
no.
middle of downtown LA and covered in
Maybe because it's
piss.
infested with fucking vampires.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. So I imagine the first guys the first time you guys will meet is because Gralaf will be fucking feeding the coals, chilling in the Turkish baths, and you guys will fucking walk in one at a time and sit down, and a conversation will just begin.
Probably
I'm
just
imagining
visit
this.
probably just visit more than once, just because it's a consistent like place to fucking hang out,
Yeah.
and also my car doesn't get towed in their parking lot.
Once
And
a
then
week,
You
eventually, yeah.
you get a motel room and a shower for once.
Like fate literally is binding me to this place clearly, because like a bunch of shit is about to pop off, like an entire chronicle. Like that alone is literally like magnetizing me to it.
And I'm just going, I want a fucking shower, and also technically the fucking the spicy quint from meditating at a node,
Like
which
Yeah.
doesn't take from the node, although I could because of my spheres, but like I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I always found it was kind of odd that so you have the avatar rating and the avatar or genius if you're like Bechnocratic, right? But that should like illustrate what I mean. You spend that out and then it returns when you meditate, but at a they always dictate specifically at a node. I always thought that was kind of odd that you're kind of bound to try and seek out a place of power. I understand why because it creates a dependence, but it's also like,
It's all about real estate.
yeah, I guess. I don't know. It's always just been kind of a weird thing. I
Dude,
feel
Makes
like you
sense to
could
hands
me.
be independent of it, but
my hands smell like a gym spa right now. I don't know what's going on. I suddenly just got this scent of like gym spa on my fucking hands. You know that smell? That kind of like chlorinated pool
you
smell
poured,
that's
yeah, you
fucking
poured
Getting
chlorine all over your
getting
hands.
smell-o-vision from imagining it.
yeah. Well, you know what we could do if you guys are about it. You know, obviously, if I might have to interrupt and fucking if somebody comes into the office or the internet dies or some shit, but we could fucking roleplay that conversation. No roles or anything like that. We could actually fucking we could lay the groundwork for an intro of you guys walking into the fucking Turk baths if you're about it. We could do that today.
Sure.
Get into
I'm trying to get
character.
into like the mental space.
That's
I definitely got into it a couple of days ago when I had to fucking fight technology, and that pissed me off something fierce.
I kind of get into the mindset of it if I just like scream really loud and jump around.
And jump around. Well, it's daytime. You can do that without getting arrested.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you did a pretty good job by just when you said the other just now the other what was it? Yeah, saying fate literally led me here. I feel like an entire chronicle is about to start. I could already feel the character coming through. Yeah.
I'm like my dude is like a fucking like a fate walking commando drifter. Like he literally just gets pulled around. He figures out where to go. He like looks no matter where he is, no matter what fucked up environment is, like he is as borderline like quiet as fucking possible. And he just happens to be in an urban environment now because he saw it in a dream and saw it in a series of rituals.
And then he got pointed out by some fucking other less homeless looking dude, but also still fucking homeless. Just fucking
Actual
smelling his
ceiling.
resonance. And going, where's all the cool stuff around here? Then he obviously would go, I don't know, because you don't know anything around here.
I mean, I will post a picture. I mean, you will he definitely does not. Thankfully, I have Arcane because he definitely does not blend in.
Here's an idea. You know, Grelaf has a dog.
No way.
Oh, that's right.
You have a fucking dog and a car? What is this?
I do not have a car. I have an ATV and I have a dog.
Yo, where's your ATV, dude?
It's in the parking lot.
Oh my god, you guys are actually like not totally fucking out there just drifting. Like Gary maybe is, but Grelap has an ATV and a dog, and Geltman has a car. Good grief.
Yeah, I am still fucking drifting. I don't know what, like, street homeless and car homeless. Very big divide, will admit that, but it's
Yeah.
still fucking homeless. There's just different
Yeah.
logistics you have to do.
I am just homeless. I am like at best like that one African guy who has a route where he throws a stick and it gives him a car ride.
Yeah. Glad you remember that garbage.
That's functionally my entire character.
I'm just saying, you know, if your character also functions by eating dogs, that
Well,
be.
yes, you know, I could probably make room in a ritual for a dog.
So, like, the basics of it is that he twanged on Fade and I twanged on Prime, and then we just fucking found each other, because obviously
Yeah.
there probably are other fucking homeless awakened, but it was just the first one. And then in proper fashion, whatever causes us to leave like downtown proper and get thrown into Koreatown.
Yeah, I stick out like a sore thumb. Plus, I would probably be literally looking for you, specifically you. Like, I would walk up to you on a street, zero in on you, and you would see a guy. You would see like a fucking
It looks like
caveman
that coming
covered
at
in
you.
garbage coming towards you.
With the bone necklace. With the fucking bone necklace in the spa. He'd be naked with the bone necklace and fucking bin bags on his shoulders. And you'll know it's that guy who you've got to talk to.
And he wouldn't even react like overtly because of the amount of time that he spent in the fucking digital web where people dress up as Pepe the Frog and fucking whatever the fuck else. Basically everything that you see as avatars, people just wear in the digital web. So like seeing homeless man with bone necklace, it's like, okay, whatever. I've seen models stripped from like fucking Gmod and people run around in those. This is not that weird. The weird thing is as stereotypical, as trite, as fucking gay as it is to say, the weird thing is the normal people just wearing like t-shirts and shit.
Yeah, those fucking normies.
Because imagine you run around for like 2 years. Imagine you run around for 2 years and everyone around you is just permanently at a furry convention or wearing mascot suits or wearing fucking cosplay, because that is what the digital web is like. And then you come back to real life. It's kind of like shocking.
Digital web's just like VR chat almost.
VR chat is probably the closest that reality has gotten to the digital web. That's exactly what it's like. So imagine a man spent several years inside of that where you can also kill people and also fucking rob them personally.
So you're also borderline like quiet, where you're just
what, you mean like capital Q?
as in like
not really.
not like borderline quiet, as in you inhabit like an alien environment that like skews your perception of reality.
Yeah, that's very much the case.
I can see that. How long did you spend in the digital web?
I don't know how much I put on the fucking character sheet, but like honestly, my track record is kind of the opposite of Grolaf's, where he's only been at it for like a fistful of years, like 5 years or something. But in those 5 years, he's just been on the war front doing as much as humanly possible. And yeah, I imagine most of that time was spent in the digital web. So like upwards of 5 years, obviously taking breaks to piss and shit, and all of that garbage,
Yeah.
right? But like,
Jesus.
right.
Well, he's going to be
And
the
it's
leader of the sort of the charge then, because he's going to actually know really a direction that he's trying to fight with, and whereas Gary's sort of just drifting and is open to it,
I
and
mean,
fucking
depending,
you guys
either
already have
one,
motives. I can
either one
see.
of us can
It's
take
Good.
the lead. Like
it's
he's
honestly
drawn.
it's the opposite for me, because he spent so like the mental visualization of like the characterization that you want to have for graphene is going to be the kid who got sold into fucking going to Afghanistan after 9/11, and then he's back. He is just done with that garbage because it
Yeah.
essentially left him with nothing. So he's actually
Mm,
probably the most anti-war of anti-Ascension war of
yeah.
the people here. But just because it's like, well, you're not going to be left with anything. You're just going to be fucked over once the battle's won,
Mm.
once the day's over. You're just going to be homeless, like we are right now.
I don't know if we're gonna actually roleplay it or how. So like, I'm trying to like conceal some information, but
I'm doing that too. So yeah, don't like disperse anything that you want to keep
I don't want to
secret.
get into like a paradigm argument if it's just gonna happen in character.
Right. No,
Well, I mean, if you
we'll justify that, because like basically the first thing he'll ask you is like, are you under anybody? Like, I don't know what I'll have to read up. That's another thing, is I'm trying to like get into the political sphere of it as well. But basically the first thing he would ask you is essentially like like the whatever the Ascension War equivalent is of what's your MOS? Are you like on duty? Are you whatever? And then you're gonna go, I don't know what any of that means, and he's gonna go, good, because I'm
I
not
will
gonna
tell
do
you,
that
I
anymore.
serve me, and I am always on duty. There is no duty or non-duty. There is only.
He's gonna go, good, absolutely, I agree. And
Yeah,
then
I mean, I think it would be good to if you guys are about it, we could roleplay, but we could also do that at the start of the first session, because I already know how I'm gonna get you guys to the place that I want you from there. I know how it's gonna go, but I'm not gonna fucking
Like
share that.
right,
my thoughts on an entropy time character is, although I can functionally see what is happening, like I can be literally drawn to a plot device and I can predict what's going to happen. The downside is that maybe the upside is that I am also like completely controlled narratively by the GM. I can like functionally see into the future, but at the same time I'm literally like guided around by the GM even more.
that does sound like an interesting character, because usually it's the opposite,
Yeah.
where it's somebody's trying to
Well,
buck off fate. But in your case, you're trying to buck off time, and you'll suck off fate any way that it takes to get to
I
to
am
tell time to
literally,
Jesus.
fuck off.
yeah, I'm
It's,
embracing fate.
at first, I thought this is like a really difficult character for me to deal with when you first started describing it, because it's like you can literally hone in on the things that you need, and you can use time to fucking to massively to your advantage in figuring out things and finding your way to the right thing. But also, it's like you said, you open yourself up to massive amounts of variables, things happening that you don't even know if it's the right way or not. That's just where fate's led you. That's, for whatever reason, that's the
You,
direction you're going, and you're going to follow it because that's your whole character. So
and like
it's solid.
you
It's fucking
literally,
super solid.
it's just like real life. If you were just following fate, like you don't know if it's gonna. That's literally the point. You don't really know if it's gonna work out or not. You leave it up to fate, and like through that, that's where you get your power.
It could also, as a suggestion, it could also be an opportunity to open the door to I don't know if you have main antagonists in mind or anything like that, but like So I imagine we could meet somewhere like fuck, what was that one? Now I have to go find it. Fucking there's that one like meet and greet spot for homeless people in Skid Row, like park near there, go
There's
there,
a
and that's
park. Yeah.
where I fucking meet him, and I'm like, nice water, huh? And then we have that conversation, and then it's like, all right, cool, and then something makes us fucking like get the fuck out of Dodge.
And while even though I also zero in on you, I will be like walking around you, analyzing the surroundings, and like doing weird things to doing one weird thing every so often to the surroundings.
Right. For relative sake, I think it's pretty common for any awakened to like if they're hyper fixating, it looks like somebody looking in a microscope, but if they're just paying attention to something, it's them like almost having like a 270-degree arc of vision all around them, like they're just fucking swivel necking. Because I have fucking what's it called? Because obviously got to have correspondence. So yeah, we're both kind of spacey. I just mean relative to normal.
Like it would almost be. It would be a little cinematic where we're talking, but at the same time I am walking over, kneeling down, and taking someone's heroin needle and examining it
Right.
while
Well,
talking.
I think if it's okay with you guys, it's gonna work better, and it's gonna flow nicer if your first taste of that area of Skid Row is all together. I think, and you're there for a reason. I've got that reason already just from this call. But you could
Right.
meet out in fucking Koreatown somewhere. You could be outside, like, you could be outside the building and Dag's in the parking lot. You pull up in your car and he's fucking in the parking space that you try and pull into, fucking picking up a heroin needle, and he just turns and stares you dead in the face. It's
I
just
turn and stare
slap him in the
directly
car.
at him,
Yeah.
like snap onto him.
Right.
Shit. I could visualize it. Yeah, can we do visuals on your character as well? So we've all got that shit laid out in our heads, everybody's characters and what they're sort of visually looking like. Maybe that's a good thing.
That's honestly something that I don't actually have at this point. I'm trying to like get to that point. I've been focusing much more on paradigm and shit. I'm honestly thinking just like fucking what's it called? Because he is so fucking technically integrated, like one of them fucking what's it called? Like Instagram fuck men kind of, but not really. Like the average looking guy who goes on there and then greases up his hair and then fucking takes a bunch of pictures and does soy face for thumbnails and shit like that. Obviously he doesn't do that, but he could have done that in like another life.
Yeah, I didn't visualize that as how he looked at all. If that's like, if that's what
That's
you're
fine.
going for.
I've not been inspired, so that's like my first stab at it. If something else more inspiring comes, like I think I gave him the standard that I usually give people. He has 2 appearance, so he's not like absolutely terrible to look at, but he's just a dude.
Well, I'm visualizing like McLovin, but aged 10 years older.
McLovin.
Like an older McLovin.
I'm trying to remember what that character even looked like.
Like a nerd,
Just-
almost
just
incel.
I see.
Yeah.
Christopher
Like an older
Mintz Place.
Yeah.
His current picture actually is kind of valid because it matches pretty much exactly what I was stabbing at earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's exactly what I would go for, but like it's what the dude looks like now.
That's kind of that's what my vibe in my head. That's how I see him. But it's up to you, man. That was an idea I thought I'd throw out.
Yeah, it's not even that bad. That's pretty
That's
pretty
That
appropriate.
looks about right. I would believe that.
Right.
Just more scruffy looking hair and a slightly longer beard because he's been out in his car just roughing it.
Right.
Christian,
Him,
Looks like
but homeless.
regular ass fucking dude. There you go.
Yeah. Two apparently.
Did you watch Mulholland Drive, Christian?
No.
You watched the clip I posted with the homeless man in the diner?
I might
You do
have.
not get to
rewatched
look
that
like
movie.
that and be a functional fucking human being that doesn't get arrested.
Well, that's why you have a certain
I mean,
background.
I don't, because I
No,
don't have.
not. I'm not talking about McLovin. I'm talking about what Dag is saying. He's
That's
gonna
no,
look like.
that's why you have a certain background to help you out.
Yeah, that's precisely
not-
why you have it.
Get to fucking
I
look
took
like
that
a paradox
background
theory.
for fucking survival purposes.
Well, I want to see the video again because I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Hold on, give me I want you to feel like it's almost like this, because this, it's
Watch the actual scene.
it's kind of it's kind of like Reddit's
Of
favorite
course, that's what
movie,
happens.
but it's
that exact scene is how this McLovin looking motherfucker meets you. It's just like turns
I'm
a
down.
corner and then like.
we could sit down and watch it if you
I'm
want.
just watching it like 2 times. I just kind of want to get the impression. So they're like sitting there chatting and
I want you to like really drink in being ensnared in like a lot of fate in one area with homeless people involved.
with homeless people.
Why?
Like, this is full of fucking fate in this bullshit.
It's kind of embarrassing.
So they're sitting there and chatting. I'm waiting for the thing to pop up and funny scream.
It's the build up.
I had a dream.
It's the build up helps.
You see what I mean?
Neurons are absolutely firing off all at the same time, saying something pre-emanated and pre-thought out is happening right now, but you can't put your finger on exactly what is going on or why this crusty homeless man is important to it.
Well, it's the second one I've had, but they're both.
Mulholland Drive isn't too far from
They start out that
Koreatown, is it?
But
Oh, the actual Mulholland Drive. I think it's up near Burbank, Mulholland Drive.
Like up in the hills or whatever.
Is that
Yeah.
Beverly Hills?
except for the light.
It's in that direction, I believe.
Scared, like I can't tell.
It's a big long road. One of the main roads up there.
You're
I remember
standing
seeing
right
it when
there.
I was scouting out. Because I here's the thing about the node. I was scouting out hot springs because here's the idea.
You're in both dreams. And
If
you're
there's
saying,
going to be hot springs
I get more
in
frightened when I see how
in
open you
LA.
are, and
First of all, like it would like
then I realize what it is.
it would be the only actually clean groundwater
There's a
in
million.
LA. That is the only
that-
way you would get untainted water in LA.
Dude,
He's the one.
in actual LA, I don't believe there's a hot spring, but I'm going to tell you about the cursed experience
is.
with the actual will worker that I met at
Holy
the hot
shit.
springs near here. Because, right, you know what happens, right? It's fucking everybody else. I'm way ahead because I walked with 2 dudes from this place. It took us it was like 9 miles, and we walked out to these hot springs. I was way ahead of them because I'm younger, and so I got up there first.
Of course, you went to the hot springs before fucking. Of course.
Yeah. And so I get up there, and what I thought was going to be a hot springs was actually this great big black plastic tub with a fucking tube leading from the fucking waterfall with the hot water going into a massive tub. So it was like a big ass fucking hot water bath. And there was this fucking bald fat dude with no teeth sat in there on his own. He took out an entire sack of nuts and berries. He had been there for the best part of a month. He had that many nuts and berries and that much weed. And as soon as I get there,
in my lane,
I introduce myself. I say hi. I fucking hop in the tub in his fucking stew water, and 2 crows land on the cliff above us and start kicking actual boulders, like big fucking rocks, down off the cliff into the tub. Like I'm having to fucking dodge rocks, and like I almost jump out of the tub because there's two crows up there scratching big rocks down onto our heads.
He's getting his spirit friends tell you to fuck off.
Well, that's it. It happened again in the fucking evening. That we were in there, and there was these fucking chicks who were up there as well. There was like 10 people in this fucking tub, and he was sat there in the corner, and he made this fucking one-liner about we were asking about what it's like in the summer because he's the lord of the spring and just doesn't fucking do anything else. And he's like, yeah, the summer's really great because it's so parched and hot that nobody else comes up here. He
Very
drops
subtle.
that in a tub with 10 people, and everybody just goes silent.
Wow.
Yeah,
the
no,
Korean
he was
spa. I wanna
a
meet that
real.
guy.
He slept in the tub as well, you know, right? Because there was a little drain plug, and he fucking every night when everybody was gone, he drained it down and lay in a foot of water and slept in a foot of water with his ass cheek over the tub, over the plug, so that when the water got too high, he just shifted his butt slightly and let some more water out and then lay back on it again. He slept in the water.
Oh, that's not real. That's not fucking human.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. And there's a dude who a fucking VA showed up there as well. This kid from LA who's this like gay games designer who couldn't tell us what he was working on. He wasn't allowed to tell us. I was
He's
like,
working
"What
on
game are you
meeting
working
men.
on?" It better be the next Elder Scrolls game, otherwise I'm coming after you. I said to him, and he's like, "I can't tell you what it is." And then this dude in the tub, the Lord of the Spring, goes on a massive tangent about Spore. And just starts shouting about Spore and how he used to play Spore and everything, like the ins and outs of the game and fucking everything. And just going on. That's what I mean. We're at the point now where the homeless people have played video games and have smartphones, and
And of course it's Spore. Of course the tub creature starts rambling about fucking a game
Sorry.
about creating mutant creatures.
You basically just witness the fucking characters.
yeah.
Yes, you witness Forces 3 Life 3 meets VA. I can't tell you about the great thing I'm working on. You see, because it's very dangerous and epic and cool.
Yeah. It was kind of like that. It was really. I was on mushrooms too. I ate a shitload of mushrooms before I went out that evening, and so I
You sure
I
those
lost
people
the
were
ability
real?
to
You
fucking
sure they didn't just take
communicate.
That's how you-
mushrooms?
No, that's how you thin the veil.
It was thin enough, dude. I told you I got in the tub and
No,
crows
see.
threw boulders at me.
See, that's literally, if you go to a place where the veil is thin, you can thin it even
Hey,
more
man.
to 0.
I was hiding out the rain.
Holy fuck.
Did you say that again?
Also, yeah, the fucking homeless man and that shit was fucked.
Yeah, that's what I
On
want you to feel like you encountered.
Honestly, like that
Paradox spirit.
a little bit. But you know, like the paradox spirit of yesteryear is just the regular person of today.
Mm. You know, this
Times
dude
are
didn't have
changing.
any clothes either. He just had this yellow robe, and he when there was loads of people in the tub, he wore this long yellow robe. That was
You
it.
met
It was like
you
a-
met
like
the
a-
man in yellow. You met the fucking
I'd love to wear
Lovecraft
that.
dude.
Yep.
But, it also holds up. Like, if a,
Isn't it the king in yellow, or is that something else? The king in yellow.
Maybe it's the king. I don't
I
know.
mean, the
The king in
fucking
yellow.
Eldritch god thing,
Yeah.
it's the king in yellow.
Yeah, you met the king in yellow in his fucking bathtub.
Well, that holds up. Like, I mean, he probably crossed into the Umbra for some of it, but
The king in yellow is Lovecraft.
it holds up. Like, if a hot spring is a node and you meditate at a node, clearly you lie down and float in the node to gain quintessence.
Yeah. I mean, after this crow thing happened, and I was kind of a little bit stoned, and I fucking got out the tub because I was going to go down the hill again. And I'm like walking away, all dressed again, and there's this fucking scout troop that's coming up the hill to see the springs. And they get to the point where they can just about see the springs through the trees. and all of them just fucking pause because they all feel the resonance of this fucking monster in his stew pot, and he sees them, and he goes, he goes, well, you're all the way up here now. You're not allowed to leave. And they just start booking it back down the hill again. They turn around and they just start power walking back down the way they came. They don't go any further.
That is a good like demonstration of like where if you encounter like a supernatural fucker, you can't tell if it's like a mage or if it's like an umbral, like if that was the umbral lord of that spring.
It certainly was.
Yeah.
Same thing, you know. Most mages just kind of do retire into like being Umbrood.
Well, that's why mages can become spirits. Like they are literally that close to just drifting away into it.
Just sitting in the node spa on the other side of the veil, and then they just never come out.
Like, was that a mage or a spirit?
Well,
yes.
You've come all this way now. You can't go back.
You can't go back.
It's like fucking in Big Les when they get stuck. They get stuck in the drug trip somewhere. Then you join them.
Watch it again.
Get stuck too.
Yeah, that's it. They turn around and they realize they actually can't walk back down the way they came. The path is gone. The path only leads up to the spring, and he sat there, arms open, ready to embrace you in the stew pot.
Especially whichever movie has where Les goes and sees MS Paint.
He's outside the box. If you saw the movie where he fights his dad, that's where the Sasquatches literally get trapped in the Umbra and they can't get out for a while. They just like do drugs so hard that they just get stuck in the Umbra.
Yeah, and the door won't open, and he's just sat on the door laughing about the fact that he's stuck in the Umbra and they're trapped there forever.
That shit, that's so fucking real. That's a nightmare scenario for me that I would believe that it would be real. Where it's like you're walking up and you're like, I swear to God, if that door is tiny when we get there, if like how small it is as we see it from here, if that's its actual size, and then it is. Like that's real. That's pretty much kind of what my character would. That's what I mean by like my character. He wields time and fate to like be a commando in any goddamn setting, like any alien world, any bullshit drug-induced umbral realm he's in. He just like gives over to fate to try to find the way out. He's tapping into such a primal level of will working that he wants to be able to like have utility in any possible scenario.
But does he own an air fryer?
No, he doesn't.
Then what worth is
Grelaf
he?
does. I bet you Grelaf has a little air fryer tucked away in his fucking closet that he sleeps in or whatever.
Air fryer's got an entire Korean restaurant.
I'll go to the thrift. I'll go steal an electric wok from a thrift store and then plug it into a street light.
Electric wok. What the fuck?
If you go to the thrift store, I don't know if you have Goodwill over there, but
that is not a bad idea.
There was a lot of good hobo gear at Goodwill, like in the appliance section.
We have a bunch, but
if you go to the appliance section, I was looking at all the shit. There's like a giant wok that's like electric powered, and it just stopped me. And I was looking at all the shit, and it only costs like $10 to buy it.
Yeah. I envy the fact that you Americans have places like Goodwill and so on, because our equivalents just suck. They're like tiny establishments where there's just like fucking nothing. Because those things are basically fed by people like just, moving and then just like dumping everything there.
It's probably the only upside of like a heavily consumerist product life. It's like we just have a lot of products and having to like just dump them. But thankfully,
The standard downside is that if you bought that electric walk and plugged it in, it probably didn't work. But like, if you know
they fucking
how to
work.
fix it.
Goodwill has plugs. You plug that shit in the wall and see if it works before you buy it.
Walk into Goodwill with a dog and a couple of eggs.
Like I bought a rice cooker for $15. I plugged it into the wall before I bought it, and it worked.
Just
they don't always
walk
work.
into
That's the
fucking
thing.
Goodwill and use all the appliances to fucking cook.
They will literally use
Not
it.
buy them.
They have outlets right there for you to test everything.
Yeah, I know, but like different ones sometimes don't, or they're like far away. Whatever. They will put out broken shit. That's what I'm telling you.
Nah, you're right.
Oh no!
But
you
if
bought
they
something
do,
broken for $10. Go back next week. Try again.
That is the exact
Chris.
premise that their entire business model is right there. You go, oh, I bought a broken thing, but it was only $10. Whatever.
like,
And now you have the garbage, and they don't.
you only need intelligence to figure out that. Like that would be like a difficulty 3 roll to realize you
Say that
should
would
plug
be
it into
wit.
the outlet. Now that would be like intelligence streetwise, but you don't even need streetwise
How is that not wits?
because that's depth of knowledge. That's static knowledge.
Boys, I want to talk about roads.
Yeah.
Because Chris has snapped on these roads. He's fucking snapped on them. There's like loads. Some of them are really good. So how are you guys?
I
with
literally
like,
just ripped all of those out of the book. That's not like
Yeah, I know.
I've yet to. Basically, my standard, other be it whatever, doesn't matter. I want to like essentially restate them all in my own words with my own paradigm, but like those are the roads that I'm really like looking at.
Yeah.
To do that with. And also, it really,
Yeah,
I kind of have to with some of those because some of those are ripped from fucking Dark Ages.
some of them are really, really strong. Like, I mean, not overpoweringly strong. What was it? The infiltration one. I was like, holy shit! It's like I know I set this. I set the number of successes required to get in. To each thing, and so if you're trying to fucking infiltrate somewhere really impossible, if you're trying to infiltrate the fucking science lab, you know it's going to be a hard one. But
what that one is good for, what that one especially is good for, because that's just ripped from the Guide to the Order of Reason from Dark Ages. It's basically a way that you can, because most people, when you think about Correspondence 3, which is like movement, most people just think, oh, you just teleport in. You just fucking go through a portal, you fucking whatever. But that right there is like probably one of the best examples of framing it in a different way and making it like coincidental.
I think I was hiding out the rain. That's what I mean.
Hey,
I could just post it.
I looked at the roads in the book and I didn't like them.
Oh, there's a coffee smell.
I had to.
Not a
Yeah,
fan.
I bought a nasty bag of coffee.
Do as you will. Some of them are kind of required because some of them are like, what's it called? Like the definition of what you do. Like in particular for me, the ones where I drain a node. Those are kind of needed to look at. But like with forces and life, you can do you. You'll do
very
better with
creative.
creativity. Yeah.
Yeah, you if you were so inclined, you could literally like blast people's cellular structures from a distance.
If I was so inclined, I could do all sorts of vulgar shit that could get me killed.
Yeah, but vulgarity is the biggest thing.
It's probably like the upside of Grelef is that yes, he's been lazy and taken slow and all of that, and that means that he hasn't immolated himself in Paradox. And so he is. You're going to see that he is extremely on the side of coincidental with everything he does. You could say to a fault, but you'll see. I think I've written a few of the rotes in on his character sheet already that I posted. Let's see. Magic rotes. No, I just put the names in.
Hello?
Welcome back.
Yeah, so I got booted out of the office, and I'm kind of feeling like I've got to get on with my day. I've got the notes down that I needed to get down, and I know how I'm going to be able to kick this off. But how are we looking in terms of how ready you are? Like the background stuff, the roads, the visuals of the character that you don't quite have.
I am
How close are we
ready.
looking? Good.
I'm like 80%. I just need to fill out the rest of the sheet and get confident about it, really.
Yeah. And so, I mean, actually, I'll get some visuals on TM's character because, Chris, we realized you didn't have any. What do you say, TM? What's your guy looking like?
I think I had a saved image. I think I've posted it.
Nice.
Let me see.
Did you?
I've never seen it.
Yeah. Don't. I'm gonna look it up. So Grelef, outside of the chantry, yeah, I did. Will almost exclusively be wearing this thing, which is it's a fire hazard suit.
Yeah, you were complaining about me. You wear
It weighs
fucking-
about 30 pounds. It's perfectly normal. There are people who do this for their job. And
Walk down the street wearing one of these.
LA is always burning, and so there are always people wearing this shit. You know, to go from place that is burning to place that is burning around LA, and just be like, yeah, I'm rescuing someone's pet or something like that. Which is, you know, it adds on that he's going to be riding on an ATV with this on, with a dog in the back.
What a train
It's still
wreck.
going to attract some attention.
You should
course,
get
of
at least
course, that's
one.
the point.
You need to get at least one dot of arcane.
Yeah,
0 dots of arcane.
You are going to get shot.
You
like
are
dead.
going to die. You blend into workers as much as I blend into the homeless. Like I look
don't know. You know,
homeless.
you walk in looking like that in say what would be a courtroom. That would be the building right nearby. And people are going to be like, what the fuck is this person wearing that for? And then you take, you know, the security shows up and you take your hat off and you're like, oh yeah, look, we rescued this dog.
Yeah, that sounds like bullshit.
Of course,
It
this
is.
is your idea of blending in to normality. Of course, this is how
and then
how
the
you
security guard is
think
going to pass
people
out because
dress
of the
in
heat
LA.
wave.
You're gonna need fucking mind to convince them of that bullshit.
Oh, he's not. But that's the whole that's the Grelef like way of life.
I mean, it's fine, but you are making the active decision to be a fucking embarrassment and a paradox fucking magnet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't get
So, you know.
paradox for being obvious. Okay. You get paradox. You get paradox for your magic being obvious.
Right, but you know, being obvious in other circumstances can hurt your ability to be coincidental as well.
So you're not accounting for the fucking police car that's just followed you down the street because there's a dude in an ATV wearing that with a dog, and he's now watching you from a distance because he thinks that's pretty goddamn sus, and then he sees you do something.
And
also know that I like there are 3 levels of magic. There's coincidental, there's vulgar, and there's vulgar with witnesses. If you're ever any place with humans, you will not get away with vulgar without witnesses.
Not only all that shit himself,
except the one instance that you do bring up, which is when there is a fire, you will be straight coincidental.
Now you're warming up to my way of life.
There is a fire.
So functionally,
he just creates fire.
As long as you keep spamming fire, you will have arcane.
Now you understand. This brings me to one of his main rotes, which is a Force's Life rote. It's the Heat Mirage rote. As you know, at a certain distance, in LA especially when it's hot, a heat mirage can happen. People get into accidents all the time because there's a heat mirage on the road. Grelef just happens to always be surrounded by very, very extreme heat mirages that make it so that you basically can't fucking tell what you're looking at.
No,
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna
that's
have
at
you're gonna
like
have to.
that's at a distance of like fucking 30 meters. It's not up
I
close,
Yeah.
I understand that. I grasp that. Like
which is
Oh yeah,
fine.
yeah. At
But
30 meters.
forces,
When you're up
forces,
close, you get to look at the garbage can, right?
forces is absolutely valid for like cloaking because of fucking manipulating photons and bullshit. And combining
I
that with
guess.
life,
Especially,
you get to replicate life
especially
patterns.
with life.
Yes, with
Uh,
if you smash, the abilities of forces with life, then you can replicate like an illusion that way. That much makes
It is
sense.
a heat mirage.
at a distance,
Yes,
absolutely. Heat
it
mirage
it
up
might work.
close.
Yeah.
It
Your
might no
shit can be reflective.
at a distance conventionally, but he might be doing some fucked up shit. The problem is that he will have to
No,
be
up
doing
close
it
you
all
can
the
see him.
time.
It is at a distance. Right?
It's not about the distance because it's magic. It's about like that he's going to be doing it all the fucking time to function.
Well, it is for
No.
coincidentality.
Just when
So
he suspects that he needs to not be seen properly, because technically you're not looking at him. There are no witnesses. There's a heat
Okay.
mirage.
So if we ever run into danger, you will activate cloaking, and I will not have been there in the first place.
Yeah, or people are going to see you like 70 feet away from where you actually are.
And then I get shot.
I'm getting such Mathis vibes from this guy, dude. This
Oh
is not
gee, I
good.
wonder why.
I sent. I kind of want to keep it on the down low. What one of my rotes I'm gonna spam is if I run into trouble. But it's
It's fine to
Oh,
do
and
that.
he has
like,
a manifested avatar also that talks.
is it your dog?
No, it's not my dog. I carry a kerosene lantern around that hisses extremely loud, barely comprehensible words, and my avatar's in there, and it is constantly hissing instructions to me. But he's under the suit most of the time.
Under the suit.
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll be hearing me talking to myself, and then hissing sounds coming out of the suit.
Are you wearing the suit inside of the spa? Like, because you work.
No, in the
there,
spa he
so-
doesn't. But he has changed his body to basically live at a steady, what would it be, 130 Fahrenheit, 140 Fahrenheit always. And so like he just cannot handle any kind of cold. So when he leaves, he needs to wear the fire suit and be in the sun.
He's in the spa just to be alive. He is the Spring Lord. That's disgusting. Jesus.
Yeah,
He's that
good.
dude.
That's why it's fucked. Like the reason it's a node is because it has the only spring water in LA. There is a single spring in all of LA that is in actual, LA proper, called the Bimini Spring. There used to be an entire establishment. There used to be like public baths right in the middle of Koreatown, that they closed down eventually. And here's the thing: the city paved over the spring. They closed it. The only groundwater, the only natural groundwater in LA, which was supposed to be perfectly clean, they paved it over in a fucking town that doesn't have water.
That's fucking horrific.
They called in the void
And so,
engineers to patch up the hole.
and the idea is the traditions know about this stuff, and so they have dug through and piped in the spring into Grand Spa. And so it is the only natural groundwater in LA, which makes it an important node.
I gotta figure out how I'm gonna use water tasks.
Now you truly understand how fucked it is that you spent your weekend with the spa lord, the actual spa lord on real life.
Yeah. It was what's the word? It was
Foreboding.
laying the portents, laying the groundwork for this, like everything seems to be. You had a fated moment in choosing that spa as your location, same as I've had some fated moments writing the story out where I've just been like, holy fuck, that's disgustingly real. Wow, stop.
Starting to sound like gurgle dicks.
And I guess
Mm.
I think the strong suit here is like really communicating I think I don't know if the writers knew that they were communicating it, but like trying to communicate the actual fucked up nature of encountering any magical bullshit like that. Like as if you were actually a homeless man and you witnessed an Umbral Lord, you accidentally stepped into his space in the middle of the city.
Yeah, that's basically Bishop's story. And then crows show up and start throwing actual boulders at you.
And
Guardians.
because you're fucking awakened and you don't give a fuck about sensing like anything out of the ordinary, then yeah, the guardians start chucking rocks at you. Piss off.
So TM, you're ready to go. Dag, how are you? Are you pretty ready?
I'm good. I made that last adjustment I sent you.
Yeah, nice. So it's just you just got to brush up on your stuff, Chris, and then pretty much I'm ready to launch whenever and I wanted to know what sort of timescales people are running with. Dag, you're neat. TM, you're now an office cuck. So you're probably the one with the most schedule, weirdly, at the moment.
Weekend.
I think this right now is probably the best because I do a different game on Sundays. So like Saturday at this time is fine.
Okay. So Saturday like 11 a.m. to midday is perfect. How's that for you, Dag, on a Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, fine.
All right. And this sort of time is okay for you, TM?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well,
Actually,
what we could do
probably
then
the most convenient.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, because I'm on flexi time because I'm doing my own stuff, and Saturdays are great. I like to Yu-Gi-Oh on Sundays, and so this is perfect for me too. We could work around next weekend for fucking throwing this if you think you can have your shit ready by then, Chris.
Having a date is good because that'll mean that I will do it. So yeah.
But we can pencil it in for the same time we started today for next Saturday if you guys like.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
And I'm gonna get a new set of headphones, so I have headphones with a mic, so you won't get any of this background noise that you might be getting right now, and I can actually hear you without screaming at my phone. I'm gonna do that
fine.
next weekend. Yeah, okay, because you're on loudspeaker, and I'm like by the freeway.
It's been fine. Like the only thing I heard was whoever was like talking at you in your office.
Yeah. Scolding. It's the dude whose office it is. It's not even my office.
Yeah, your office. The subhuman who's talking to you in your office.
That's more like it. Yeah, no, I've actually got a massive stone desk that's like a foot thick at the moment. I'm outside.
Desk.
You've
I'm
got
gonna. Yeah, because I haven't paid him any money for this fucking spot that I'm in for ages, and he's sort of forgotten about it. He put somebody else in the spot that's mine, and like, so somebody else took over my area. So I migrated all of my stuff further back into Nurgle's dimension, and
Back
I
on
found
Wall
this place
Street.
which. Yeah, I'm still on Wall Street, but I'm like packed into like the far end, and there's this massive stone deck that they forgot about that the cats used to feed on, like fucking get their food on. But now I've like cleared everything off and I've turned it into a desk. I'm gonna send you a photo when I fucking leave the chat. But I've got all the notes that I needed to get from you guys. So thank you for fucking pulling up and letting me get those things down. I know how I'm going to kick this off now, and I've got in my head your characters a little bit more. I figured you guys probably talked about this shit in other chats, and I just waited to get up to speed with it.
No, not at all.
Really.
Oh, we did.
I mean, you and I think, talked a little, and that was about it. And it was mainly fucking talking about Grand Spa.
Mm-hmm.
But besides that,
it's good.
We've been pretty good at obscuring like who we are out of character.
Yeah, that's good then. That's probably good because then you can get it down. It's like it's a real ass first meeting when you actually get in character. So
Right.
I'll put the time in the other text channel. Also, dice bots and music bots. What's the best one that's not cancer that I should throw in here?
The one that I use. So there's two. Hold on, let me get to the fucking.
I've got physical dice. I've got my dice with me, but I want a bot too.
There's it's Dice Parser, the actual fucking name. Yeah, there's
I
Dice
think Dice
Parser.
Parser died, didn't it?
It's
Oh, no,
still
it was the
up.
other one.
Yeah, it was the
Sidekick
other
died.
one that died. Yeah, Sidekick died, which is terrible because that was actually the best one.
Yeah.
Then the music bot that I use, that's kind of like the thing is that every single music bot is kind of fucked right now. Like they're all getting essentially shut down and shit like that because of the Becknocracy not wanting ad-free music anywhere. But the one that I use is Fredboat. That one works
Nice.
fairly consistently. And then Dice Parser is the dice bot that still works.
Yeah. Good shit. Good shit. Well, I'll get those in here as well. I'm gonna dip because I gotta go and take a shit and keep carving because I get booted out of the office. But I'm gonna send you a photo of my new desk. I think you guys will like it. It's extra crusty.
You said you still live on Wall Street way too naturally. That was fucked.
I do live on Wall Street, dude. It's where the real businessmen live. I tell you what, dude, my new neighbor on Wall Street, he told me not to tell anybody, right? But he fucking moved in here and he was inquiring what I was working on, and I showed him, and then I was like, "So what are you working on?" And he was like, "You got to keep this on the down low." He's got these got like 15 fucking long sticks of marble. He has been commissioned by his friend who owns a sex shop to make marble dildos en masse. He is carving dildos on Wall Street.
I'm unfucking surprised by that. I assumed that was like the primary activity of the location you're in.
Wall Street and Art City. That's
Yeah.
You aren't fucking real.
Okay, well, I'm going to drift back into the Unreal where I belong. I'll see you guys on the flip side next weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, down
Adios.
for that. God, I have to finish this.
Fill it in.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say, it's not just that you're wearing that fucking suit. It's if I am with you too. Like people will see you, then the dog, and then me, and then there's no alibi.
No, people
you
are
could
going to see
possibly.
Heat Mirage.
I guess if you extend the Mirage to me, then there's less of a problem.
How is it that me and the dog are the most normal?
Like,
Unless you make the dog
because you're
fucked up.
normal.
I mean, I guess
No,
you could use
the
life
dog
and
is
fuck
not
up the
fucked
dog.
up.
You could make it a hellhound. Make it
No,
red.
it's the dog is a former seeing dog for blind people. And so Grelef has trained the dog to be able to sense things.
do Life 3 mods to people, or life forms in general, do those stick? You have to keep doing it?
Yes, they do.
Alright.
They do, but they require quintessence to keep up.
So you have to keep feeding it.
I forget
It
what
is
the
an
term
effect.
is, but it's like pattern reversion or something. But in general, a lot of them just gradually go back unless you do extra shit for it.
Alright, so that would suck if vampires could just do that way better than a fucking life mage.
Well, they kinda can.
They can, because they use static magic. Naturally, they do certain things better. But, like, Life 3, you should be able to do that.
It's a mix, really. Like, I think the best way of looking at it is that anybody with life spheres can do way more and to way more of an extent, but fucking vicissitude covers like bodily stuff and it does it permanently, but it's like really basic shit. It's moving around meat and bone and that's about it. And nerve. Whereas with life you can do the shit that he did, like doing, temperature differentials and fucking make people sweat heroin if you're retarded.
Make people sweat heroin.
He could.
And if
It certainly could.
That tier of retardation.
It probably
Like,
would be like a matter life type of thing.
Yeah, actually, probably.
The full retard like set of six spheres would have been 2 in matter, 2 in life, 2 in forces, and then just have people like sweat kerosene, just fucking combust and stupid shit like that. But I didn't feel like going for anything effective. I don't know. I went with the character first and just figured most mages were kind of losers, right? Kind of stuck to their corner of reality. Being really good at what, their specific thing is, but not really good about doing anything with it.
I mean, not always. Like that's not a certainty. There's no real way to pin down who's a mage and who isn't, because there's also there's the Verbena mages that infiltrated the government. Like they're very clear they're doing well for themselves.
There's a whole bunch of shit, but it's also that they could be like higher than just essentially quote unquote starting mages, even though technically starter mages are like fucking should be several years into their fucking awakening.
Yeah, you start with 1 Arete and one dot in a sphere.
You can have like explosive beginnings where you like grab at the spheres that you eventually would get, but yeah, like you have to start and do it however. Although there is like there are writings about like sometimes you do just explode into the quote unquote starting mage.
There's some mages, as I understand it, that where their paradigm is that they literally have like a magical item that gives them their power, and when they got that, they just got all the fucking spheres in 3 Arete.
That's kinda that's not exactly what mine is, but my paradigm could have been that.
Yeah, I'm if I have a fucking amulet that has the souls of all of my ancestors. It stores their fucking abilities and shit. That's where you get my power. Hypothetically, if I was that.
Yeah.
That's a phylactery fucking character. That's like Yu-Gi-Oh, where he just got the phylactery and he just gets entropy 3 Arete from it.
Just gets free shit. No, that's kind of what I was going for as well.
And that's his avatar.
My fucking yeah.
yeah.
Yugi is a pretty accurate mage character.
Yeah,
down
really?
to the fact that his superpower is just he cheats at cards. Because that's
literally heart of the cards is just bullshit for entropy.
Yeah. But that's basically what I had not that, but the fact that he's just kind of a fucking loser is do I still have that fucking image? I'm gonna find that because I have the exact image that kind of describes the feel of my guy, because he's kind of essentially post-military, but not true military, but the Ascension War, and his whole thing was he obviously went into Prime, and his point in his fucking team, his squad was. You're the drain man, you're the materials guy, you do the fucking everything that anybody has to do with Prime, and now that he doesn't have a squad, he's kind of useless on his own. Because, what do you do with just Prime? The answer is not a whole lot, unless you have other people to bounce off of.
Yeah, I would not be able... I'm kind of a support character, to be honest.
Where's the fucking image?
I told Bishop that our combat capability kind of depends on TM's character and Dylan's character showing up, because they are clearly the combat characters and we're not.
I don't know. You could soak a few bullets, I'm sure.
I will not. If there were bullets being fired, I will not be there, in the scene to begin with. That's my defense.
Oh yeah,
that's my defense. Just don't get shot.
Don't be there.
You know when the bullet is like coming towards you? Yeah, just don't be there.
Yeah, I will literally not be there. That is how it works.
You will be behind the guy who fired the gun. That's what's going to happen.
I will be back at the fucking spa. Probably, like, wrapping...
Now you know why Grelef stayed at the spa for like 20 years.
20 years.
Well, when you guys...
20 years. He's been there for like close to a decade.
Yeah, it's pretty much graphene. Like when the bullets are getting fired, TM's character Gralaf will activate cloaking. I will be gone. I will not have been there. I was never there, and then graphene will just get shot.
Yeah.
And then nothing will happen to me because Forces 3, Life 3, fire suit that weighs 30 pounds.
Like, very clearly, if there is something that is going to, like, wreck the party, I probably know that it's coming. To some extent.
Good. How about you let us know?
I will let you know. It's up to you if you want to listen or not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Of course you are going to be wrong. Of course.
I literally could be wrong. I might have failed the roll. I do not want to know what I rolled. I just want the narrative. I went to kicking down doors in Iraq to jerking off to Harley Quinn forward on roll 34. Thank you for your service.
What did I just hear that?
He's posting pictures that describes his character.
Like that's the energy that he basically has, because like when you're acting like as a combat squad, like Ascension War, if you treat it like a real war and you actually operate like a real fire team, if you have the Prime 3 guy, basically what that means is that all of your shit becomes aggravated. And so him working with like a fucking fire team is a real thing, and then he can supply people. He can essentially, it's like a combination of combat medic and engineer, where like you just like, given that you have access to the quintessence, which you do because you're like on the front of the war and your whole thing is taking nodes and shit, like you just pump all of that shit into your team, and then you do so much better. You do so like exponentially better. But like on his own, what can he do? He can't really do a whole lot because he just has Prime.
Same here. The only thing I can do on my own is avoid danger and find things. Like, but with somebody, I'm almost like command. I'm like the radio. I'm like giving the coordinates.
Awesome. So we're an artillery team. We've got a guy who provides ammunition. We've got the guy to tell us fucking coordinates, and I'm the cannon.
You're the cannon, yeah.
It's funny because I don't have correspondence, but I have time, which is the same thing.
Of course. We have a spotter that can't see. We have an ammunition guy that
I can see.
Can't shoot.
I can see. Shoot. I just see a horizon that you can't see.
But yeah, and so without a squad, he's just sort of been all fucked up since then.
Yeah, I like the concept of the image of an artillery team.
I'm
high impact.
My dude is just a walking nightmare. Just like one of like the horror stories
All of us
you would remember. Like if you were camping in a national forest.
He is all of the horror stories at the same time.
This is like exactly what you would like. You could tell like that was probably a human. You will never forget it. It's literally that scene, that video, that fucking diner hobo scene. That is what your character experienced. That is what it is like to be at the centerfold of fate. like congregating in an area.
I'm vulgar for wearing a fire suit in a town that's burning down. I'm the bad guy.
That is a line you should say in character. Because
Yeah,
I'm not opposed to it as long as you out of character understand the risk, but in character gonna get shit for that.
You know, I'm gonna look up how much those fire suits cost because if they're like ridiculously cheap for no reason, I'm getting one when I go to LA.
Then you're gonna walk around in it.
Yes.
Yeah, and how fast will you get picked up by? I don't know.
By nobody.
By
It's
the
not
cops would
illegal.
care. You know,
Why
a
would
lot of
anyone
things.
care?
A lot
Your
of
town
things.
is burning down. You turn on the TV, everything's burning down. Why is a guy in
Now,
a fire
see,
suit?
you
fucking
literally
surprising?
have to create a fire wherever you go to hide your existence.
I want you to do that. I want to see, because genuinely,
It
it is.
doubles over because when you see a gigantic fire where there isn't supposed to be one, and then you see a guy in a fire suit, you're like, oh, he's supposed to be here.
That's the thing, though, TM. If you don't see the fire beforehand, you get immediately anxious because either A, you're thinking, I'm going
There's
to get
about to be
robbed because
fire, and then
I
there's
don't
fire, and
understand
look at
this,
that.
or
It's consensus. You see the guy with the fire suit, you're like, there must be fire nearby. What's going on? And then there's fire, and then you're like, that makes sense.
So
yeah,
the two things that you have to do every time you leave the spa is like either start a fire or activate cloaking every fucking time.
Or both. The NXP 3000 fire entry suit.
get a lot of fucking things. I can't
NXP
wait.
Fire 3000 because it can sustain 3000 degrees easily. Fucking. Keep bitching about the guy who's like extremely coincidental.
You are at best as vulgar as I am. Like,
That's not fucking true.
I have.
It just isn't.
Yeah. Starting a fucking.
Besides,
You
let me
literally
put it this
have to
way.
start a fire
Something-
and cloak yourself magically to exist.
If something terrible happens, right? If we do something on camera that the technocrats want to kill us for, they have your very distinct hobo monkey shape.
If something
in their
terrible is gonna happen, guess who's gonna know before we even leave?
Meanwhile, I just have to take the fire suit off. Besides, there's plenty of people. There's firefighters with fire suits on. They're never gonna know who it is.
Like, we don't even need to like backtrack or fuck around with that too much. Like, we can tell right now that if something bad is going to happen in the game. Like, and if I really need to sell it, I'll fucking roll Arete. Like, it's not hard to figure out that we're gonna walk into a firing squad.
And besides, I have strength 5 because I've spent the last 10 years lifting weights in a sauna. I can wear body armor under my fire entry suit. Nobody is ever shooting me, ever. No bullet is getting into me. It's not happening. His big weakness is that he could very easily freeze to death. Because he has calibrated his body to extremely high temperatures. So I don't know, if you throw him in like a meat locker or something, then he's in big trouble. But then he can just set the meat locker on fire, so he's not in trouble anymore. Yeah, well, of course he doesn't always wear the fire proximity suit, but fire entry suit, sorry. But yeah, when it's time to do the stupid, that's what you'll be running around in.
Do this. It's interesting.
I mean, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. If very clearly something is going to go wrong based on our preparations, then yeah, I may or may not be there.
May or may not be there.
I may be there and then not be there, or I may have never actually never been there.
At all. I mean, taking a couple paradox points is better than dying.
Taking a paradox point is better than taking a bullet.
Legit though. I don't know though. As long as you get out of it, you're probably fine because we still technically have a life man.
Yeah, who's got his own personal sauna.
If we're gonna I do have to I don't have correspondence, so I do physically have to be there at least at some point in time to do something. As long as I can physically have been there ever. But if we're raiding the court skyscraper across the way, I may need one of those fucking fire suits.
Oh, so now you want one too.
Depends.
Well, that'll definitely be a thing.
Look at the Fate Man here. Really.
We can make one, and make actually a wondrous one.
Yeah, I would like to make my fire entry suit into Wonder. That would be very useful.
It's viable.
Mm-hmm.
Though I don't know, well, maybe you could use. Basically, to explain, right? We can make wonders, but we can only make wonders with spheres we have access to, which is to say, all of our spheres, and then the requirement of having Prime, which is me.
But we could both work on the thing.
Yeah, that's the idea, is that we work in concert to I mean, we could do that with effects too, but it's more potent if it's working together on a wonder.
Just have to.
I have a specific rote that almost gets close to the effect, well, to being a wonder, which is that Grelef creates a breathable sulfur concoction that has other shit in it, and the idea is that you force yourself to essentially breathe in a bag until your body accepts the sulfur into your lungs, which pure sulfur is actually, your body can actually filter it through your lungs perfectly fine. There is no issue. And deliver a quintessence directly into you that way. So, and the idea is, of course, that you start being able to operate without needing air, because the oxygen is already bound into the sulfur, hermetic magic, and all this shit. And so basically, before doing all of the fucking stupid, I will be handing out these wonderful little bags that I will tell you to start breathing into until your body gets used to it, and then there will be no oxygen in the room or the building.
Or the building.
And you'll be fine.
That's good. Everyone else will be suffocating.
Yeah.
And we just move through the fire.
And the flames.
I also have a power metal playlist prepared
cover
specifically
band
for Grella.
That's right. The most interesting, the thing that sticks out in memory as the best part of playing fucking, well, any fucking Chronicle, any real game, but especially World of Darkness, is you have a banging soundtrack.
I've
I
been
don't have
trying to get
anything.
the FLAC. Yeah, I have a power metal band called Rhapsody of Fire with a lot of fire themed power metal songs. And yeah, I'm fascinated by them because they are a perfect depiction of what Hermetics wish they were. You know, power metal is basically just like a bunch of fucking middle-aged dudes going at it and singing at the top of their lungs about being heroes and stuff like that. And it sounds super corny, super cheesy. Guillaume Grelaf. Yeah, and I'm starting to think about routes that involve magnets. Starting to think about those. Starting to think about magnets.
Magnetism.
Because you know, like what got me thinking is that you know that the technocrats have those machines that turn off parts of your brain and reprogram you. You know how that's literally real.
Yeah.
Thing about turning off your frontal lobe so you stop believing in God or something.
You wear the atheist helmet.
And technically, it's you lose all sense of fear.
Where
Is what they do. They turn off the part of your brain that is responsible for limbic fear.
where the
And as you
magnet
know, fear is the beginning of, well, yeah, beginning of faith and in the Lord. And it
Oh,
also like it also means that like so they test. I remember like digging into it, and it's from a company in Israel called Brainsway. And then they just fucking disappeared after doing that and being very public about it and all this stuff. Like nothing has been heard again.
well, we know what
Uh,
happens to people who invent things.
yeah, and the distribution about it was like apparently it was designed to remove trauma, and so they designed essentially a targeted magnet helmet that turns off the part of your brain that is for fear, and you have to repeat the treatment, right? So you go and you sit in the helmet for like a couple of hours or something, or like you sleep in it, I don't know, and slowly it undoes like the pathways for fear in your brain. No, so that's one thing. And the reason I got thinking about magnets is like, well, clearly like targeted magnets can affect living beings very much. And Kitchen's been rambling about his Oregon pyramids recently, and I know how those work. And it is literally fucking awakened magic. It's basically the closest shit you can get to it in real life to fucking around with etherite stuff. And it basically has to just do with EM fields and that sort of thing, and it concentrates just natural EM fields. And the technocrats have an equivalent where they have a project for Mars, where they have measured that they could power an entire base just by having copper rods that are like 300 feet tall or something, or 200 feet tall or something stupid like that, that just kind of wave around. And they just conduct what they call ambient electricity, which apparently was parascience before some fucking team in a university in America did it for Mars. And it could power the entire base with just a few rods like that. Now, I'm putting those two together with the idea that you've got everybody has a natural EM field. And naturally, what happens with all of this electricity that we have around us is that it disturbs our EM field, right? Which is why some people, like for example, get like really bad headaches from being around Wi-Fi boxes and those sorts of things. I'm sure you've heard of that before. So, and Grelef is sitting there in his sauna, and he's basically like just has been meditating for 10 years on the human form and like how to purify yourself and how to like free yourself from the world. And he's around a bunch of Kuai-Jin vampires that are all about the chi and all of that and energy and the balance of energy in your body. And where I want to go is to kind of create a syncretic, an ultimate project, right? A glory project that he will carry out as his like great work. That has to do with that. That has to do with like freeing up the natural energy in a human's EM field.
As a side thing to that, because well, related to your main point, but I do remember it would be interesting to see how these two fucking anecdotes do correlate, because obviously whatever fucking mage can bend reality a bit, but so you have the it's interesting that you say that the atheist helmet turns off fear. I remember there was this story of some broad who essentially had a condition that had, I'm not sure if it was the same thing, but essentially she had no fear. Like the fear response just wasn't present because of brain defects or whatever the fuck, and so that was her thing. And what was fascinating is that apparently so like they did a bunch of experiments to try and see if they could induce it somehow, like seeing how real and not bullshit it is, and so they like accepted it because it didn't work after however many different things. But
After they fucking raped her and stuffed her full of spiders
yeah, like I don't know what the contents of those were, but what
and
they
put
did,
her on Fear Factor with Joe Rogan.
right, what they did find though is that they did a controlled suffocation, and apparently that is hardwired to cause fear. And so, for the first time in this woman's life, she felt fear, despite
Yeah,
having the brain problem and didn't
waterboarding.
have that. So, like that, like I thought it was going to tie in together. You have life, so you can induce that, but also one of the things that gets around that is suffocation, which is something that happens with fire.
When the hit marks come after you and have their fear responses disabled, you know how to fucking work around that. You know how
Yeah,
to
that too.
biohack them.
Yeah.
Just make them either wear the tinfoil hat or the magnet fedora.
I am a
The
walking
magnet
tinfoil hat.
fedora.
Then you trick them into jumping into a fire.
But no,
Everybody's
like,
gangsta
yeah,
with the tinfoil hat or the magnet fedora, but what happens when no air?
Jump into the break static pattern field generated by entropy.
Hellfire put the fear into anyone.
the big great Grelef ambition really is like like I didn't I'm not making Mathis or I'm not making a fucking terrorist. And like you'll see that all of his rotes are all about creating elegant solutions that don't really harm people. To doing shit that regular mages would just be like, but fucking whatever, kill people, destroy things. Who cares? You know, because that is basically what fucking mages get up to, mostly. And and for him and like, you know, his past is with a bunch of actual terrorist extremists who are too hyper violent to even stay in regular cities. And so going for elegance, going for subtlety, and going for this very dignified realization of of the human form and its potential is going to be his thing. And so I hope like throughout the session you'll see him working on stuff, like trying stuff out and fucking up and being a drag because he wants to see how that works. And a bunch of awakened young mages are the perfect test subjects for that to work on.
I think it'll work. I think it'll work well in the early stages of it because it's been a while since I've read the shit. Like I don't even remember what the pattern reversion stuff, the specifics on that, and I think that's fine in character as well. But be a master of your own spheres, though. Know what you can do.
I can do quite a bit.
Surprisingly, I might be of good help, at least against hit marks. Like, as long as I get at least one success, to be right, and then I can just I can basically drop a landmine that breaks their fucking cybernetics.
I was gonna say it's kind of fucked. I was gonna be like, yeah, I could just drag out, pull the quintessence from them, but nigga, we all only got 3 dice to do shit with.
And no, I will fucking tell you, we're about to get hit by something. We need to leave this area. I'm gonna drop some shit that's gonna slap them. I won't know if it's actually hit marks or not, but I will drop a bad luck bomb in a spot that's primed to go off on them.
Bad luck club.
I will just make a timed break static pattern effect. Drop it somewhere.
Break.
I can't fuck with life patterns yet, but I can fuck with predictable static patterns like machines.
Yup.
And if you are a machine, I guess you're fucked.
Yeah, you're gonna have a bad time.
They're gonna have to. If we trash the first hit mark team that gets sent in, they're probably gonna have to get a comptroller to rub some counter magic, some entropy effects on it. They're gonna have a comptroller running time and entropy to counteract me.
Enchant life. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, there's a lot of dumb shit. Actually, having a spring as a node is actually pretty fine because just make ink out of the water. It's not too hard.
Coolant.
Yeah, or that. Well, I'm just thinking because my fucking I mean, I think I've already said my prime focus is graphic design. So everything kind of has to go through the filter of that.
That's kind of weird, and I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, but it's
you use the G tech logic where LEDs and stickers make you they actually work.
Yeah, exactly. You put on the red LEDs to supercharge your shit.
That's so that. I could see that even using spring water as coolant or something. It's that would be some bullshit on par with LEDs and stickers they would be telling you about. It's if you use natural spring water as coolant for your
right,
then it works better.
That's the most direct, yeah. But I don't plan on I mean, I can totally make techno fetishes. That's not hard because my character has those skills. But mostly thinking about things that anyone can use, which is mainly just fucking putting slaps onto things. And there is an entire subculture of that that's really fucking humorous to look at. And one of the biggest ones that I got told about was on O they have their sticky general, and that's like a whole thing. But two of the most infamous things are the good luck club sticker, which either does nothing or does what it says. But there's also the bad luck club sticker, the slap, the vinyl slap, and that one is guaranteed. If you put that on a vehicle, it will get totaled, and it will get totaled in a horrific way. And they all accept that. And anytime if anybody posts and they post that they have it on their car, like literally everyone just reacts like like someone would if you posted a fucking live leak video of you killing yourself.
Yeah, that
You
So
know,
that's like that's a major
uh,
inspiration for this character, is that entire subculture.
that's a decent cross paradigm idea because like one of my foci is functionally like etching shit, drawing shit on things that holds like power, indicating like how you want, which way you want fucking entropy to go on this item.
That's extremely synergistic. Can definitely have a good time using those spheres together.
And I got something for Groloff is, one thing that's real fateful is fire. I do have that as a foci.
fire is
I will try to be synergistic with everybody.
Be traditions, Mage. What's your focus? Fire. You don't even have forces. Yeah, I know.
No, I don't need forces to harness the power of fire. Fire does
You
many
do
things.
actually. That's
No,
literally the definition.
you're thinking too small. Listen, stick to your own sphere. You're seeing everything from forces. There are other spheres.
You're telling me there are other forces than forces?
Yes, there are. Fire, fire can even be used for fucking prime. It can be used for a lot of things. Very transformative and important. And things that are important are fateful.
Uh-huh. Fateful. Full of fate.
Fate is utter bullshit.
It was on that fateful day.
Now, I'll put it to you this way. This is kind of like a rote that I have pitched up. Aside from burning stuff, aside from sacrifices, which is a good way to fuck with fate. If we ever need the nuclear option, I can literally set a person on fire on like a pile of wood.
But, well,
Now,
yeah, like
imagine,
a sleeper can, if they wanted to. Is that what you're telling me? That yeah, if you want, we can get a couple cans of gasoline
yes,
and
like
just like
let's
give
let's say
somebody like a good old
look
burning.
look at it this way. There's either the campfire thing, or let's imagine we're like an army, we're like the Roman army, and we need to like define our battle. We need to like ensure that the gods smile upon us. So we like offer up a sacrifice. We burn a cow, or we burn a person to show to the gods, this is what we give to you.
Keep this for in character. You're gonna see what's gonna happen to you.
Now, sacrificing people, obviously, that's the nuclear option. But let's say that we're in a bunker and we're getting bombed by the technocracy. Sometime maybe we have to burn the cleaning lady to get out. That's all I'm saying.
Well, like I said, that kind of mindset is pretty standard for mages because Lamau, Ascension more.
Well,
Sleepers are fucking objects.
well, the standard sleepers are functionally living foci, but the thing is that like, yes, we can kill them. We're supposed to avoid it. I'm not necessarily a mass murderer, But if we have to, yes, I will burn a child to get out of trouble.
And Grelaf won't. That's his character. That's what makes Grelaf Grelaf.
Well, I mean, we could have that dispute when the hit marks are convening on us from every angle. Should we light this child on
Grelaf
fire
has
to
other
get out?
means. And
Like,
Grelaf will not be setting a fucking civilian on fire.
No, we have to. The only way out of here is to burn the sleeper to death. You will
say so. Clearly you know what you're doing, right?
like a lot of
You are to be trusted. I understand.
better than no options. I have a nuclear option. That's all it is. The last resort is lighting humans on fire.
This option where I set people on fire. It's just a nuclear option. That's all it is. That's all there is to it.
I don't regularly burn people, but the nuclear option. Let's say, hey, we're dealing with some fucked up shit. There's a technocrat camp. There's a bunch of black spiral fucking dancers over the hill. Yeah, maybe let's just have it on the table. Maybe we will have to light somebody on fire to get out of this.
I don't know if you've noticed, but Grelaf has I've not yet talked about routes that involve actual open flames. Almost all of his routes will avoid actual fire.
If you have a better option, by all means, I will prefer your option. But if your option does not work, if there are no other options, I will light somebody on fire to get out of it. I will have the universal mind smile upon us by offering a sacrifice. The other thing is it's just a very potent way. If we really need a potent effect that will work, that's the big guns coming out. The other thing is, you could just destroy precious items, something like that. Sacrifice means a lot of things. Commitment is generally how you manipulate fate without using technology. The strength of the will. Which Dylan's Akashic has some sort of a fetish for the concept of the will. Would be compatible if he jumped in. Because that's how you
basically said that he's not going to be fucking playing.
I am probably not.
There's already abbreviations to BLC Club.
Bad Luck Club. And yeah, it is a long-standing fucking
Matrix
meme.
soundtrack.
Yeah. No, it's a thing. And there's a bunch of other stickers for shit like that. It's dangerous. There's like hundreds of stories about it. So it's real.
It's functionally the way these people are talking. I don't know if I gave the impression, but it's kind of like my character nonstop talks this way. I am completely lost to fate. I have been consumed by it.
Where's the slap? There it is. Yeah. Do not put this on your vehicle. You will die. Or at least your car will die.
And see, this literally does fit into my paradigm if you introduce this to me. Because, like, you literally show my homeless man these screenshots, and you weave him the story about it. It's like, yes, I'm starting to see it. This does hold some power.
I found a fantastic road, and I can just share it because I don't think I'll be using it on anybody or whatever, and it's also super appropriate. But it's really funny that they put this into a fucking book. There it is. Masquerade to Adulthood, and it is actually the most Chantard fucking, like, rote that I've ever fucking seen. Because basically what it does is, if you use the spirit version, it's against spirits, but if you use the correspondence version, which, correspondence is VAs, it's basically how you sever any kind of childhood object ties so that somebody can't use that as, like, a means of attacking you.
Oh.
And the way they describe it is basically just, it's a transitory ritual that you make somebody go through to do that. And, like, if your shit is internet, then you just fucking, you hit them with the tub girl, you hit them with the Chinese live leak videos and the Mexican chainsaw cartel shit. And then all of a sudden, like, somebody who held on to a lock of their hair from childhood or a fucking childhood toy can't fucking curse them no more.
Damn.
They're not a kid no more, they're a man.
Yeah, that could actually, depending on what I'm using, that might actually disable one of my foci.
It's a pretty cool rote. I don't expect to use it because it's basically on children and, like, teenagers who are.
It's very specific. Like, I
Yeah.
don't really. So, I don't want to give this, like, core part of my character away. What's so fucked up about him? But this would potentially work like 5% of the time against me, I guess.
I mean, obviously you don't want to do it to somebody that you want to have that control over, but I just thought it was a really exceptionally cool rote.
Yeah.
One that shows that they put a little bit of thought into this. It was one of the ones that's, like, out there. I would definitely recommend, if you haven't already. I think I posted it in the. Yeah, I did in the important stuff. I posted the fucking RPG.net, like, really old, but it's the only ones that exist. There's a list of full rotes, and you can just. What I did was I just fucking look through everything that my spheres, like, correspond with, and then just rip those out of the books where I could.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use all of them, but I wanted to at least, like, look at all of them and see if it was in any way applicable to me and my character.
Yeah.
I ended up with like 20 of them or something, like a not insignificant amount.
It was hard to find entropy roads, time roads, and entropy plus time roads. There was only really one road called, like, the Vexed, that Hollow Ones use. Just like a curse. But I mostly just pulled shit out of my ass. Like, I was, like, pretty much every time I came up with an idea for my character, I was high and with people. Like, I was at a campfire high, and it came to me how I could harness fire. That's what
Fire's okay. It's just kind of hard to come across.
Like, have you ever had a fateful campfire where it was fated to have this? It would connect a bunch of people together, and something really important was, like, destined to happen there.
I suppose so.
Even if you didn't know, like, in advance. It's like,
I can understand where you're coming from, and I've only ever had it the opposite way, where, like, a fire was already there, and then it was just the fateful thing happened that was around it, and so I get where you're coming from, though.
Like, imagine if that's one way I could harness fire, like, because fire just is significant like that. My dude, the way I wanted to capture the spirit of a mage, where it's like, you find some homeless man at a campfire in out in the woods, and he is just like these things keep happening at this campfire. Like the way that he moves around, the way the fire dances, the way like things just come out of the woods, like people, and just weird shit is happening, and you just keep looking at him like, I know you're doing something. Stop. Stop this. There's something wrong here.
Thing.
Like, and that would be. That's. Can you do coincidental magic with like sleepers watching?
Yeah,
Like,
that's the whole point.
right. So yeah, I mean like literally staring at you. But yeah,
It depends on what it is, but like, yes, like
yes, that's what I
the
mean.
thing though. It's the thing we were bitching about with TM's thing is that it's a mix of it's a toss up depending on what he's doing if it's going to be vulgar or not. Because
Yeah.
like niggas could watch me fucking code all day and they wouldn't even know what the fuck's happening.
Like, obviously, if the sleeper is like,
Yeah,
if
until
the
you're posting cartel gore online.
if
Undo those childhood attachments.
like obviously if the sleeper is like freaking out at the campfire, like they sense that I am rolling Arete, then I'm probably getting paradoxed. But
It depends, really. Like, yeah, awareness is a stat, and some people have it, most don't. But it is a talent of just sensing weird shit. It's not necessarily it becomes vulgar, especially dependent on your context too. Like,
yeah, I'm literally saying like just weird shit just keeps happening around this campfire. Like shit like what Bishop just described, that whole story with the hot spring, like that would be like you literally sense that some weird shit is going on. Like somebody is
Right.
rolling Arete or a spirit is rolling Gnosis. You don't know, but something's fucked.
coincidentally, there were birds throwing rocks at him.
Yeah, that's
If the
potentially
man-
Boulders.
if the fat man sat there and said "Be gone," or my spirit guides will make you leave, and then birds started throwing rocks at him, that would be vulgar as fuck.
like I'll tell you, like one utility of like this campfire route is like I could potentially summon the entire party to it.
And then like doing something like somebody like some fucking sleeper does approach, is sitting there and goes, perhaps friends will appear, maybe enemies, and then somebody walks out of the woods, like that's totally consensual. But if you say
Yeah.
I am summoning my friends with this fire, and
Yes.
they look and they're like,
It has-
how do you
They have to
do
like
that?
it has to be explainable. Like it has to be like, oh,
Right.
I guess that makes sense why that happened.
It's the core of magic. You do the magic trick and then you explain it.
But you don't have to explain it like per se. You just have
No, you'll see is
Like-
my rotes are remarkably like coincidental.
Yeah, I utterly intend to be as coincidental as fuck, and honestly, fate and time are pretty coincidental as long as you don't like rewind time.
Literally the definition of a coincidence.
Yeah, it's literally like and entropy is really fucking coincidental as long as it's
Oh, crazy!
you
Like,
you
the
have to go out of your
time.
you have to go out of your fucking way to make entropy like vulgar.
Like, the most vulgar thing I think you'll be doing regularly is that exact thing you described earlier of, I had a choice to go forward and join them on their adventure, but actually I didn't. And then that's
How-
extremely vulgar. You didn't. People remember you did, and you made that choice. That's like split
Yes,
in the road.
that would be rewinding time, and that is vulgar.
You eat that fat fucking paradox pie to escape getting shot at by the cartel.
Yeah. So there are two ways that I can have not been there. I predict it, or I rewind time, or I skip time. You know, skip across the street time.
Skip across the street.
That's how you fuck with that's how you proxy correspondence.
Well, then it would be valuable. It would be extremely valuable for you to at some point go into mind, because going into mind enables you to go even deeper. I wouldn't say necessarily make it coincidental, but it gets closer to being coincidental if you have mind, so that you can
Yes.
so that also nobody remembers you made that choice, and then
yeah,
it's
you
fucking,
you literally
then it's a done deal.
you can, with mind and time, you can fucking rewind their memory of it, or just mind. You can just wipe their memory, or wipe their memory in the future or in the past.
Fucking time dickery. It's a bad time.
Well, the reason why my character looks so fucked up is his method of how he learned entropy and time. And I'm not just a homeless man with like fangs. I'm like a hunched over. I have like claws and fangs, and I have like black eyes. I almost would blend in with vampires.
You're just a fucking Sabbat thug.
Yeah, I
not.
do. When I fucking drew that, I'm like, this looks like the fucking Sabbat. Shit, like I would be able to blend in with them.
Oh yeah,
Fight.
great. Show up looking like the Sabbat at my place. We're not gonna get along.
Don't worry, he's not a fucking vampire.
Yeah,
I can
he will
smell
vouch.
him.
I at least have a dude
Literally.
to vouch for me.
Because my thing is, so Prime is graphic design, like just visuals, the appearance of things. Like my only justification for having like sensing resonance and sensing things like that and sensing auras is, dude, he's not a vampire. A vampire wouldn't dress like that. That's it.
I also like
Wait, look like a vampire?
I also like the added like vampire, like the effect that vampires with obfuscate have, or something like Nosferatu's or Sabbat. They just, something that horrific can like be slipping right by you and you would never know. Well, my dude pretty much completely lives inside of back rooms, and he can have been inside of your house as long as it was possible for him to get there. You did not know that he was there. You have that thing looking at you. And
That's why you. That's how you end up doing what I do, which is locking every door you go through. So there is zero chance of that. But most people aren't like me.
Like, if I get enough successes to like skip time, if I could have lockpicked that door or smashed a window or something, I can be there. Like I can proxy correspondence, but the limitation is I have to physically be able to reach that point in time. Like that space.
Gotta be there. You had to be there, bro.
Like I can skip down the street, but I would have had to have been there by that point in time. Like 2 months ago, I had no fucking idea what to do with this character, but the drugs definitely opened my eyes, and my character isn't ecstatic, so it makes sense.
No, that's gonna be the interesting thing. Is we've made such complicated characters, and you go, oh yeah, you're of that tradition. I forgot. Which honestly is how it should be. It should just be, oh, you're of that faction. I mean, I guess you're not that stereotypical of that.
I probably would have like switched over to Euthanatoy, but I didn't want to rewrite it, and like I didn't really want to like think about how that would have happened. Like with ecstatics, it's fucking easy. Like they literally just right. Mind fuck you with drugs. Like, you just do it. You become an ecstatic when you do a fucking drug and awaken that way, usually.
It could be
It's
done.
about the experience, as far as I understand. They chase the experience, not the high.
Well, the high, the experience is what activates, like, the high creates this intense experience, like the sensation of like dying. That's like why my character is primordial, is because like he literally he draws power from like getting reset to remembering the way reality really is beneath the bullshit, and then through that will working. Drugs give you the simulation of fucking overwhelming whatever, terror, death.
Terrorism. It's all good and well, but the real sauce is whoever the fuck Bishop populates this with, because that's gonna like dictate a whole lot.
First things first is getting some vampire batteries.
Vampire batteries.
By which I mean,
Totally could, but the thing to remember,
would be on board.
just yeah, that is interesting. That is quite literally one of those moments of I never would have expected to be allied with this, because I don't like Qui-Jin from like a mechanical standpoint and a narrative standpoint. Like they're such pieces of shit, but it's very out there. But a thing to remember about all things really is going to be your resonances, because your resonance goes into stuff, and then also the resonance of the quintessence that you deal with exists as well.
yeah,
That's a huge thing.
I don't.
So like when you draw vampire blood, you get entropic death resonance from them, and like a couple of others depending on like clan and other shit, right? But overall, you're gonna only be able to do nasty stuff with vampire blood as like a form of TAS.
Yeah, like
I think I can work with it really well. I can definitely make I can make bad luck club stickers out of their fucking blood. That'll be an absolute thing we can do.
Use Vitae ink.
Yeah, like that's viable, but you can only really do negative, awful stuff with that.
Yeah, that's where we're really compatible, because I'll also explain. The way my foci work is I can kind of mix and match and slap them together to augment their abilities further, and better the blood, the more importance and commitment. So you get vampire blood, or like werewolf blood, mage blood, blood of your mother, blood of whoever. You make it more powerful. So your blood ink is clicking with my paradigm.
I'm also gonna like straight up in character decide that I don't know what vampires are, because quite literally the only exposure that I could get to them are the Malkavians that fuck around inside of the digital web, and those pretty much I've written off as just like viruses, because there's other fucking Umbrood in the web as well.
I know, and I won't be talking about it.
Right.
Well, my dude does have. He has a good bit of knowledge, because
no, see, that's why I would say I would say not that's not what vampires dress like. I'll just say straight up, vampires aren't real. It's not a vampire. Vampires aren't real. Like, what are you talking about?
I'll just fucking breathe like the nastiest breath in your face you've ever smelled. And the Qui-Jin breathe? Don't think so.
I don't think so either, but I would have to read their thing. That's the special thing about them too, is that if you ever use Qui-Jin, everyone's like, what the fuck do they do? How are they different?
They might be able to breathe because of like chi and all that.
All I remember is that obviously they do the cheat. Yeah, that is actually a good point. They might actually breathe, but that might just be only when they're feeding or something. But all I remember is that there's that. They have their own version of frenzying, which isn't like, so they're not led by the beast. They basically have their their dark self, their shadow self, and when they quote unquote frenzy, it's that side taking control, and it's not necessarily a berserk murderer. It's usually like sometimes, depending on who you are, it might just be like a greedy Jew or like a treacherous piece of shit, depending. So you just become the worst version of a Chinaman or something.
Something that accrues
Exactly
bad
like the-
karma. What they were that accrued the bad karma.
Exactly. But
Sounds like the
and then
description of the behavior of the staff of this place.
yeah, it does, doesn't it? The only other thing I know is that sunlight doesn't burn them. Sunlight rots them. So like when they get afflicted with that, they rot.
The biggest tip off is the fact that my dude literally is in daylight. That's probably your first tip off.
Yeah, I'm hoping you spent like points on the fucking like bonuses to your abilities, because I know you can get like claws and fangs as a merit, but I hope you did, because that would be really that would be really great if you were just a fucking
I wanted to so bad, but you really fucking are choked for freebies on this compared to a high roller.
That's funny because they have the same exact amount of points actually. In fact, fucking mages get 2 more background points.
We have to blow a lot of it on like Arete
required stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have 3, if you don't have, you got to spend 8 of that shit on your Arete right away, because no one wants to have less than fucking 3.
I would say no one wants to have less than 2. I think if you start with 2, that's fine. You can. That's not a bad start.
With 2 spheres.
Yeah.
I've considered making like another character than Grelov, but this is just what I feel like playing right now. Other characters, I would have definitely gone with 2 spheres and a whole lot of other fucking complicated bullshit.
For a completely different character, I probably would have gone with like a fresh mage who's like really eager to learn. Just have like 1 Arete, just 5 willpower, and like 1 in every fucking sphere. And you're like, I'm just here to learn. Like I've learned so much. My mind is opened in so many fucking ways. I just need to know more.
Well,
you know what's cheaty? I just thought of something. There is cheaty bullshit you could do, and one of the cheaty bullshit things you could do is you start with 1 Arete, and then you start with a fucking grimoire that gets you to a higher Arete.
I wanted that too, but like I needed that fucking arcane so bad to live.
Yeah.
I would be killed so fast. That's
fine. Besides, he has life. He can give you the fucking scary ass. Well, you took like primordial marks or something.
No,
right?
I upgraded that. I upgraded to horrifying.
So worse version. Okay.
I upgraded to the flaw for like hit marks that have like an exposed brain case.
As long as you mechanically can look like a Sabbat thug, it's pretty. That'll be something.
Yeah, my whole gimmick is like, I pretty much disappeared into the wilderness where I did untold supernatural fuckery and learned most of the things that I know about reality, and it utterly twisted me into like a monster.
So you're fucking. You could be a desert person.
Yeah,
depending on the kind of wilderness that you wanted to have wandered into.
I want to be like a commando who thrives, who can make use of pretty much any alien environment, except for like, I am not going to be too good under prolonged like consensus. Like being inside of a construct, I am not going to do well at all.
Well, it's pretty much to the letter what a fucking desert person is. They just wander around and they feel compelled to go out into the desert because of reasons, and they just go out there to smoke meth and shoot people and engage in reality-breaking shit.
Carve rocks.
Yup. Carve rocks.
I mean, that's what my character did. like not on top of like time dilation fuckery. He was just like he was kind of banished for a reason into the wilderness, and he just did not notice the passage of time as he was just like going commando through the wilderness, through the Umbra for fucking untold years. And then he gets the big message to like go here. This is where your destiny lies.
Sans the call to adventure. That's pretty much what desert people end up being. They just that one day they feel compulsion to go, and then they go, and then they're living in a trailer in the Mojave or in Slab City for fucking decades.
I keep doing divination rituals and fucking I keep rolling my goddamn dream background, and yeah, I start seeing the goddamn spawn. I start seeing each one of you. Like over time, your faces are kind of fucked up and hard to remember, but I keep seeing them.
So that's like the.
That's why I fucking as soon as I see you, I knew before we were even there that is where we were going to be.
That's the response is fucking he's not a vampire, he's a fucking desert person. Also vampires aren't real.
And then I'll fucking tell you, I mean, they are real and they're good. They're a good energy source.
Renewable energy. Vampire sauce.
Using their blood for a coat of bone wrapped in a hairlock.
What the fuck does your character know about vampires?
My character? What? Because he's in the wilderness, he doesn't know about supernatural shit?
You know, vampires tend to, like, hide from people and just, like, stay extremely still in some corner of reality, unnoticed.
He can have, because, like, if there was anywhere that he can have, fucking LA or this area would have been.
That's true. Like, yeah, I am accepting of the fact that, like, vampires and mages are absolutely
I have knowledge.
Interacting.
I have like roughly an average amount of knowledge about vampires and werewolves, except not from media, from like the way that a dream speaker would know about them. Like they're out there. They exist.
Vampires out there, they'll try to eat you. Werewolves are out there. They won't try to eat you, but they will maybe kill you.
Some of them will try to eat
I know
you.
very little about them.
I know nothing. Because the things I do know about are outside of reality.
I come from outside of reality to bring the good news. That it's
a different outside. So far outside, it's actually inside. Because I'm from the internet.
I just
from the inside of the outside.
That's what I mean. Like I absolutely like this character has definitely been responsible for killing people the same way a real vet would have been responsible for running over children. Like there's no malice to it. Like he just made it so that when somebody did a forces thing to apply the electrical damage to somebody who's in VR, I'm just the one who made it aggravated and fucking executed that person.
Gave him fucking brain damage, aggravated shock to the brain.
Gave them a fucking brain bleed that cost them their life. Or at the very least, like put them in a wheelchair at best. Yeah, put them in a coffin.
That's the prime route.
Was put him in a coffin. Yeah.
Put the fucking Vokaroo in the thread.
Squad. Put him in a coffin. And he's dead.
That's a good matter road. You do.
I mean,
ritual.
What do you think a zip bomb is? It's an actual bomb that fucking kills you. because that's the great crossover too. Is like, despite all of the shit that he is going to talk like in character as a vet, he's never held a real firearm in his life. He's also never killed somebody in person or done anything really to anybody in person. He's literally just an internet tough guy, but worse than that, he's an internet tough guy veteran. So like the divide between what's real and what isn't is kind of
Grelef is an actual
special.
fucking veteran of having been of having been complicit with a bunch of hyper-violent fucking squatter assholes. That was the Chantry back in, and he is going to be extremely peaceful and just quiet about everything. Because
I am adaptive, whatever the situation calls for. I unfortunately cannot
you're
adapt.
Not real.
I cannot adapt my physical appearance.
You're a fucking bad day away from being a marauder and a Fondi, either.
Precisely. That's exactly it. I am either going to be a marauder or a Fondi. That is the first thing I fucking said about my character ever.
I don't feel like that's the case though. It's not like you're that far out there actually. Like there are worse beginnings to get on the wrong foot to become a fucking to go either way on that spectra. Like your whole thing is based on something that is just real. Like fate is just fucking history that hasn't been made yet. It's just a tracking of time and likelihood and all of that.
I might not be at risk of getting paradoxed into like a permanent quiet, but my character is fucking crazy and is at risk of dipping hard into one of those resonances for when I do get paradoxed.
Like the thing that I would say about it is that your stated goal, if successful, is only successful if you go down those paths, but it seems as though that stated goal exists so that your avatar can trick you into going further along your enlightenment. Because you're just never going to get it, right? Like, it's like the idea of your goal is physical perfection. You're never going to reach there, but you're going to get your arete up for the purposes of your whatever the fuck your avatar is trying to get you to do, basically.
Yeah.
And it's just a psychosomatic way of forcing you to that, and also you're never going to accomplish it. Because if you did accomplish it right, like presume that it is like an ideal scenario. Like, I don't think you would be able to because of the nature of it, but like something like perfect your form or free this people or whatever, you do so. Now what is your avatar going to do? Well, there is no goal anymore. Now it's just kind of sitting there, and so then you die, or you like waste your time until you die.
Yeah, my dude's goal is to like free. It's completely unattainable. Like it's to free sleepers from the prison of time, and to take control of their own fate. To let reality fall into chaos, and to make all humans into the masters of chaos.
Right, and there's very very few ways that like that can even go towards becoming a marauder or becoming a Nefandus, other than somebody lying to you about that being possible through their path of corruption, which is like the fucking Nefandi, or somebody tricking you into believing that that's possible in the first place.
Yeah, like definitely. If we did get fucked enough that like I started getting on like the sacrificial sauce, like I'm just like stacking on entropy, and then we get fucking paradoxed, firing off like these massive vulgar spells, while I have a shitload of entropy. Then I'm like dipping into the Jor quiet, and then maybe eventually it fucking sticks. But that requires a lot of dedication, and my character is not really attached to any particular method of doing anything. There are more ways than sacrifice, obviously, to do things.
I basically don't think your character is any more inclined to go down those paths than anyone else, really.
Although
at least not on the outset.
I did say that, like, when TM said that he was going to make like a a guy in a fire suit that like is like a walking flamethrower, then I decided I will probably not be the first one to die or get trapped in a permanent quiet.
Dying is another thing. Anybody can die any day.
It's about who dies or goes insane first. Who either
Everybody dies. It's just a matter of time.
So we gotta beat time.
my
Beat
character
time, beat crime.
my character also looks 40 years older than he actually is.
Old man.
Your character
I think
just doesn't look like a person anymore.
I
Exactly.
think I did the same thing.
He has literally been on the fringes of reality for too fucking long, dipping too far into time and fate that it fucking warped him.
Not
Veteran of
40
the
years.
Psychic Wars.
Not 40 years, but I think I slapped like, because they deliberately put on there like apparent age and real age, and so I like set mine like a little bit higher because he's just fucking jaded and also homeless.
Veteran of a war against myself.
My dude is like a horror story that would be in like a children's book where like the kids sneak into like the back room of this crazy spa, and then they open like a back room door and they just see like a fucking hunched over monster with like black eye sockets.
Sad we don't have anybody with spirit because we could just legit go to the back rooms.
Fucking the Egyptian back rooms.
Do you have correspondence?
Extra level.
We can make back rooms.
You go to literal back rooms, not the story like the mimetic land plane that is the back rooms.
There's different kinds of there's time bubbles. There's like correspondence bubbles. You know.
I imagine that has to be like a VA thing that they sell around. And it would be like a self-fulfilling prophecy too, because if you like had something, if you had like a charm that basically its only function is like it's a seam, because the original story, right, is that don't walk on seams in reality, otherwise you'll clip through and end up in the back rooms. Who do you think put those seams there? Obviously some fucking mage who's trying to like catch some shit, but like what's the result if you catch a bunch of fucking dangerous things that you just want to get rid of really quick and trap somewhere? Well, then that place that you trap them in is now hyper dangerous because it's just full of a bunch of garbage you didn't want to deal with. And so anybody who gets sent to the back rooms is just like they're facing off against like Sabbat thugs and Vogged and like fucking spirit abominations and other crap.
We fucking make like almost like a moat. We keep just dumping all the shit that we don't want to deal with into the back rooms. So we have like Superman's fucking Phantom Zone where we just kick people into it.
Yeah, that's what the back rooms are, and that's why it's it like by the day it gets more exponentially dangerous because there's just more people pouring their fucking garbage into it. It's fantastic. I guess we don't want to go there then.
Yeah, you fucking there's one point of the building where one of the walls, like the shader, one of the shader normals is facing the wrong direction, so you just like see directly into it.
Yeah, don't walk into that wall there.
You walk into that wall, you will brutally, I don't know, probably not even just killed in under 5 minutes.
At best, some fucking starving vampire is gonna go, oh, thank God, and then fucking drain you dry for your 7 blood points.
Even that would be fucking terrifying, because like you see a vampire, like the way I imagine like they turn into like actual monsters. The more starved they are, like they have eye sockets and their fangs are bigger, their mouths are gaping more, and that thing is just running at you and just like drains you dry.
That was actually a discussion we had that like if you threw non-Tremere into the Umbra somewhere, they would just eventually like they would run out of blood at some point, and then they would go into Topor, and then they would just be trapped there basically for eternity until until somebody or something like put some blood into them, and then they awake, and then you go, oh, finally some way out or something.
So, some mages find out about like the stockpile of torpor Tremere in the back rooms. Like, oh, here are the batteries.
Yeah.
Someone put the batteries in the freezer.
I mean, our batteries are going to be like a fucking pool filled with vampire blood that we just like that. Like, I'll be fucking bathing in it. I'll be like washing my foci in it, and then you'll be using it for fucking coolant.
Trying to think of anything that can like exist in perpetuity in there. Probably not. Probably nothing besides like constructs or something. Because most things would either just starve to death, or if it's a vampire, just go into torpor because there's nothing going in.
I don't know.
You have to keep it fed. You have to throw something in there.
My mage goes in there time to time to train in entropy. To train in survival and entropy.
Here's your test in manipulating fate. Walk from one side of this proverbial labyrinth to the other without running into anything.
Yeah, like that's how we that's how we awaken sleepers. Like, I go out, I divine where I will find them. Like that scene. That's a sleeper encountering like an entropy hobo. And then when I fucking make him have a heart attack and go into a coma, I drag him to the chantry, and then we just dump him in the back room. And then if he makes it out, he will be a mage.
He will awaken.
Or he'll be a fucking hunter. Kill everybody.
Or he'll be a snack for the shit in there.
Can you like turn it? Can you turn into a hunter in the Umbra and get spat out for being a hunter?
I think so. That is an interesting thing. Is I remember them talking in Hunter about the fact that you are just hard banned from ever entering it. So maybe that's like a cheaty way of avoiding having anything become a hunter is just trap it in the Umbra.
Yeah, like that would be one way to be like you're walking down the street and then you're in an Umbra realm and then you're like, this should not fucking exist.
Because that's like what Pentex does. They distribute like one of their very minor plots is that if you're on antidepressants as a child, you can't have your first change as a wereshit, and so you just never become one, and you're just a latent like kinfolk essentially, even if you otherwise would have had your first change. And so like grabbing dudes and throwing it. Although I think it's also extremely appropriate if that person is fated to become a fucking hunter, they hear the call of like they just like whatever thing imbues them would probably be something like they try to capture you in something that is not real, break out, and then you just fucking then it's just no, I decide that I'm not being in this isn't fucking real. So as you brush your hands and go, okay, let's see if they awaken or if they just feed the thing, it just instantly pops out and then stabs you in the throat.
Yeah, like the thing you are hunting is either the Umbra itself or whatever the fuck threw you into it, whatever created that.
Right.
You know, and if I mean, this is fucking demented, it probably won't happen, but if this is actually the method of awakening sleepers we come to, if my divination of that person is they will become something great, then we're kind of fucked, because it's like they will become like that could be anything. They will become a great enemy that will burn our fucking building to the ground and kill all of us.
Yeah. that sounds like a fantastic fucking like hunter game to be in.
Yeah.
Your imbuing is some fucking dipshit mages trying to awaken you through some horrific means.
It's like a borderline fucking call.
It's like I can see that being very interesting because the dynamic would be kind of fascinating when you're trying to get revenge and they're just like, we were just trying to make you better. We were just trying to awaken you. Like, that's it. And like all of the context of the conflicts have to be filtered through whoever that person was.
I won't even
and
fucking.
is.
It won't even fucking. I mean, usually if something is fucked up enough that a hunter is made from it, like they will probably forge an alliance with vampires just to kill us.
Yeah, like it's either that or they go and encounter other shit, and then like your pleas of like, well, this is the only fucked up thing that we do, because that's how it happened to us. We went through some traumatic thing, and then we awakened. So
We'll have to tie that motherfucker to a chair and just like explain the fucking the Ascension War to him over and over.
like, no, really, there's worse people. Like the tax man and the literal devil, and they're totally real. I swear.
No, they awaken. Spend like the more you read the books, the more you see that yes, it does make perfect sense that even within factions, people are always busy killing each other over petty shit.
It's just like real life. Trust no bitch. Loyalty ain't real.
Like that's what's great about fucking Time and Fate is like I know I literally get told that some huge plot device is coming, but I don't know like what kind. It's like either a great help or this is like gonna be half of our chronicle, just fighting this thing.
A big fat knot in time, and fate is approaching. What do? It's less of a crossroads and more of a fucking interchange.
This is why I took the oracular ability merit. I at least get -2 difficulty for divination.
Oracular.
I mean, because I got aptitude for investigation, so
Arachnoid. Yeah, it's unfortunate we don't have spirit, but I cannot imagine that Bishop won't just fucking slap down a character that can help us do spirit shit, because I can't see him avoiding the Umbra in any way.
we can just find it. We can find a dude with spirit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, he's just gonna. I'm sure as a part of the plot, there's gonna be some dude who's like, I know the spirit ways. Follow me into the Umbra to fucking get raped.
More than likely, probably a dream speaker or something. Gonna make a red man.
Perhaps. That's what I mean when I say, like, the real interesting thing is populating the world.
He'll make an African dream speaker that literally just wears like a bone necklace and a loincloth and wields a spear, and he will be just in the city, just to attract more attention to us. That's
I mean, in certain parts, it won't even be that weird. Like,
yeah,
Certain parts, like the public park, it'll be the majority demographic.
yeah. But see, this is the problem: is like even if one person could possibly pass, when you look at the entire group, when you see my guy talking to the spear chucker, you know that something's up.
Well, they forget about your guy and they only remember the spear chucker unless you both have arcane, and then they're just like, oh, fucking crazy homeless people.
Yeah, they're just.
And then they just didn't see anything. What?
Their eyes glaze over, which is like a real thing, because it is like a learned defense mechanism against the bums, is to just ignore them. That is quite literally everyone's knee-jerk reaction to them, because the second you engage with them, it gets messy very quickly. So it is like quite literally standard operating procedure that if there's bums, especially if they're fucking screaming, just just stare straight ahead. At least that's what normal people respond to them with.
Yeah, that's how normal people respond to me.
Yeah. Yeah, so you've seen exactly how most people will just fucking respond to any of our bullshit shenanigans.
Yeah, sleepers are fantastic. Like it's not
That's why they're
that
pitiful.
easy. It's not that easy to break consents. It's not that easy to be vulgar. Sorry, you can go about and do very stupid shit.
There are
You lie
certain
about
things
it.
that like there are definitely certain things that go way up. Like you could quite literally just be screaming nigger into people's faces and they won't do anything. But if you like, the thing that sticks out in my mind is if you ever break like something that isn't yours, then things like that becomes vulgar. Like if you're on the subway, you could be screaming nigger and whatever the fuck, but if you like break a window, then all of a sudden like it's a thing.
Now you've committed property damage. That's what they really care about, is property.
I'm not even sure what it is. I'd have to like study and think about it, but I think it is that like
But
so many
screaming nigger is within consensus. It is something people know about. You starting to break windows, they don't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Like that could, but that could
that is
conceivably
true.
happen. It is possible that a homeless man would break a window. So there's something about it. Like,
But it's like breaking the
Yeah,
micro
I'm
consensus.
visualizing it,
I
and
guess
it's like, if you're a homeless man, you break the window on the moving metro. Yeah, somebody's gonna like. The people are gonna get fucking nervous about that happening, but like you do that in a fucking, I don't know, in a public place, like people will fucking ignore that.
Again,
People
it
will
depends on the
ignore like a
context.
ridiculous amount of stuff. Yes, of course.
they may stop and stare long enough for you to lose your arcane.
Well, they'll leave. That's the thing.
Just wear a fire suit and say something's burning.
I mean, I won't be fucking smashing windows, and it is true that screaming nigger is along the lines of my foci, but
Fucking made an IP2 character is what you made.
I wanted.
I hope we run into fucking IP2 people as a part of this, because that would be the worst thing ever. They could be any number of like things, from like summoned hobgoblins to fucking dots and skeptic to like even positive things.
They they could be your unmaking depending on how many people were watching the stream when they had their phone
Right.
out pointed at
Yeah.
you.
Like there was that one niggeroid who had the turban and the fucking face veil on, who was talking with Speedy about awakened concepts for like 30 minutes, and he fucking spooked him off. And it was just him.
Yeah.
It was that exact thing. It was the dude wearing the weird shit standing in a public park, and he shared a couple of hits of meth with him.
Yeah.
The
And
guy was also hiding his fucking face the entire time behind like, yeah, giant fucking turban.
like my character and maybe TF's character, we do not have context to IP2. So if we go into that RV and like we think that like nobody's watching and we pop some magic off, we will get fucked. Or and even if we do figure it out, then we will hate them. We'll be like, fuck those
Right.
guys. Where's your phones? And you break their phones in half. You like rip the RV apart looking for the camera. Smash it. You will be like one of those hardcore drug addicts that they run into where like they do not want to be seen at all because the cops are looking for them.
Then they get robbed, and that's all anybody knows.
Yeah, that's how we would be approaching them. We would not be cool with them. We would be smashing their camera, and then we would pull out a knife and put it up to them.
It was the exact kind of Those are the exact kind of street characters that belong in a fucking hobo campaign, though.
I did just want a fucking. I just wanted, partially inspired by that African dude with the stick, where I just kind of wanted those kind of hobo roads.
I mean, let's face it, like, at least probably a quarter of the entire awakened population is just fucking homeless people.
But they make it look glamorous, so they don't, like... That's the thing, is that a lot of them are homeless, but some of them become so later in their careers, so they make it look glamorous and look perfectly fine. We're doing it at the beginning of our career, so it looks like just being fucking hobos. I guess it's sort of like the middle of my career, because I lived in a house once.
10% of awakened who may or may not also be homeless are in the Umbra.
That's what I mean by saying it looks glamorous, is the context around not having a home.
Far more than 10% are in the Umbra.
I mean,
Especially anybody that matters.
We don't really know after the Avatar storm, so I lowball it. Before the Avatar storm, I made sure you have fucking archmages and marauders and horizon realms and a bunch of shit. Oh yeah, I guess if you do factor in like all the marauders in Nefandi, yeah, there's probably a fuckload of them.
The marauders, as like a point of being, are basically all homeless.
Like, marauders are like how many marauders over the span of all of existence have been trapped behind the Umbra? You will never know.
It's true. Honestly, that's why it's...
By definition, that's what goes on. People are all pushed into the fucking Umbra in the streets and shit like that.
It is very poetic, because, like, that's the thing nobody does know. All that anybody does know is that new ones are made, new ones get asked, who are you, where are you, what are you doing, and then all of the old ones just disappear over the horizon.
And then one day you go into the Umbra and you get run over by like a Mad Max Marauder, a Gamer Marauder, and a Beastmaster Marauder, and a superhero.
Only to find that they're kind of mid-tier.
You run into
just keep going.
You run into like an arch marauder with fucking with 10 Eritane, like 5 in everything, or even more, and it just like it's like a bubble of insanity just running through the entire Umbra, obliterating everything that it touches.
That's why house games is so appropriate for measuring them, because most of the times they describe marauders in the books, they're such one-trick ponies, when in reality that's just where you're supposed to start, and then you become a patchwork of all of this stupid shit you interact with.
And plus, those are the ones that are still in reality and can stay
that
here.
You can even meet.
Because when you go into the Umbra, then you run into the what's the transformer? You run into the Marauder that is Cybertron, running through the entire, just running through, assimilating everything.
And he does talk to Chris Chan, like Chris Chan talks about him. And he's also in all those other settings. And he's also met all of these important figures and knows all of this stuff and has access to it.
You run into like an arch marauder who's like one of those shitty cape shit characters where they're supposed to be super powerful, but all they can do is watch the universe, like the Monitor. You just run into those who are like, I have always been observing reality, but he's fucking lying. He just thinks that he's that.
Like, the most comprehensible of them that are at that level should look something like a fan fiction wiki, but not one of the good ones. One of the really, really bad ones that tries to incorporate everything. like fucking. Not to say it's bad, but like their reality should look something like fucking Tails Gets Trolled, where it's just all of this shit slapped together.
It might even be more chaotic than that. It might be like encountering a Nexus crawler, where it's just
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the most comprehensible of them.
Yeah.
The ones that are the most easily understood as just having basically been to a bunch of places, learned a bunch of shit from those places, and then they integrate that into their story. That and there seems to be something inherently childish about Marauders, but that makes sense because they're all fucking dynamic residents.
As like, the books do they hand wave it away, but they detail that there's some really horrific Marauder shit going on. Like, the Void Engineers on the regular are fighting like Dragon Ball Z bullshit and trying to prevent it from coming to Earth. They're literally fighting like an Archmage insane Akashik who fucking fires planet busters.
You have to fight Goku.
Yeah.
That's a little bit. I remember having a long conversation about the VEs and like their whole life shit, and then them coming back. That's kind of that's a little bit of this character in that. Like they have to go fight Goku, and then they go and fight fucking like literally Satan, and fight Chaos Space Marines, and then they come back. And they're like, "Can we get some more funding, please?" And they go, "Fuck no, fuck off. By the way, you're working on Monday, and you're working for another 12-hour shift deployment. And thank you for your service." And then they just fucking sit there staring.
And then they go back, they go do another tour of duty where they have to like push the self-destruct button on a ship that's being taken over by an inverted Marauder.
So like, fucking, yeah, it gets stupid out there. But that's kind of the appeal of it too. Is like once you understand that, you stop feeling any kind of like, because I imagine that's exactly what it is when you go from being like a green like person dicking around in the Umbra, you go, oh wow, it's so cool. We can go to this fucking fictional universe that I really like and have a great time and whatever. And then you meet Goku for the first time, or you meet like Vegeta for the first time, and he fucking tries to rape you and you narrowly escape, and you're like, that can happen anywhere here. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to live here anymore.
Oh god, the Void Engineers.
If Vegeta could find me in fucking Halloween Town or whatever, I don't want to be here. I don't want to live here.
It's instead of like a finding God moment, that would be like a finding science moment where it's like, oh god, this is what the technocracy is holding back.
Thank God for the gauntlet. I'm gonna go move into the inner city now. And like, and on a more extreme level, like every discussion about power levels where people like try to crank up, like jerk off like settings or characters or whatever, like all that does is add that mimetic power to like that part of the Umbra.
Yeah, like that Marauder became a fucking spirit, and he's literally being buffed by consensus.
And then it clicks exactly why copyright law is so fucked as it is, because that's their only way of fighting back against that.
Yeah, like the only.
Sorry, this deathmatch battle has been copyright claimed by fucking Warner Brothers Inc. No talking about Superman, please.
Yeah, that's why the Weaver fucking has the gauntlet, so that things can take forms and maintain forms instead of everything just opening up and then just melding into each other and screaming for eternity, where like nothing makes sense anymore.
Big stew. A big stew of fan fiction.
And like the deputized, there's only a few like deputized inter-copyright travelers like Sora. He's a very useful changeling contact for Void Engineers.
Absolutely and totally enslaved to the will of the mouse. That's another one too, like spiritually the mouse represents so much, and yet there's like, I don't think anybody can name the last time Mickey Mouse did anything.
Yeah, he doesn't Doesn't like the character doesn't do anything.
Right. That's what I mean. That's why it's fascinating. But what he represents is like all of this garbage. So he's like spiritually, I imagine, in the Umbra, he's like the fucking he's like when you have a quote unquote democratically elected like third world nation, he's like the CIA plant that's at the head of it all, like the tyrannical dictator that has the support.
Yeah, like whenever it's a way to like colonize the entire Umbra slowly. Like whenever the mouse acquires a property, that's because it's been successfully accounted for, sterilized, controlled. Now it can join the controlled mass.
Disney is the mouse, the Umbra is the cheese. But the more holes there are in the cheese, the more cheese there is. So the more cheese there is, the less cheese there is.
You're in the Umbra, and then this man shoots you for going to the wrong copyright.
I could visualize that being the corporate PowerPoint presentation for the fucking VA starting out, and they're literally at Disney headquarters. So you see, the Umbra is like a piece of cheese.
Lab rat paradigm.
Specially designed cartoons of like the bullshit out there. So this is an alien.
I could conceive of somebody forming a lab rat paradigm in the Umbra because everything.
Oh,
is
that
so,
was it. That was the image I was looking for.
Yeah, like this is what you see in the Umbra. But like somebody because the Umbra is so like dynamic, like you have to get so abstract that all you could do is like break it down to like, so you're the mouse and you're looking for the cheese and you're going through the maze, you have to find the cheese. And you don't realize how utterly useless that is to the people you're explaining that to. But you
that's why that's why I talked about the shit of thank you for your service. Because yeah, the NWO taskmasters are like, it's the cheese, you have to find it and subjugate, and then you're just shit, it's a Saiyan!
The first fucking group meeting I ever had at work was literally, here's the cheese, here is the rat, you are the rat. Go through the labyrinth.
Abandon fear-based ideology, because that'll only empower it.
Abandon fear-based ideology. Be like the rat. Eat the cheese.
Should post that video in here.
Fucking demonic. I actually could probably extract it from my computer. It would be weird because my boss can see all of the things I do on the fucking company Dropbox, and she fucking micros, like literally looks at the fucking ledger of all the shit I do to see if I work. And then she's gonna see that I download a fucking meeting video from like 9 weeks ago. Whatever. I'm gonna fucking she comes after me. I'm gonna fucking give her an entire tirade about how the fucking I needed to be the rat and I'm getting the cheese and the rat and the cheese and the cheese and the rat, and I had to watch the video twice.
I found it. Or I found where you posted it.
Who Moved My Cheese
That's true,
by
I did
Spencer
post it.
Johnson, MD. The best laid plans
Fuck
of mice and
everything
men
about
often
that.
go awry.
I want to find
Robert
them
Burns.
responding to my comment.
doesn't
I
always
said
turn out
some
the way
shit
we
like,
think
this
it
is
will.
satanic, and
When
then they
change
responded
happens,
with
a lot of
lol.
us have a natural tendency to resist that change. Why? Simply put, we are afraid of change.
Not no.
Change
Lol.
represents the unknown, which challenges
Yeah.
our sense of safety and security. This is a very simple story about change. It's about seeing
Excuse
change,
you.
anticipating
fuck?
change, and adapting to change.
Oh,
This works.
That sounds incredibly
it's like
boring,
cheese.
but
The more
luckily
cheese there is,
author,
the more holes
Spencer
there are
Johnson,
in it.
has put a cool little twist on a boring topic and has
More
interwoven
cheese,
the
more
lessons of change
holes,
into
more
the story of
cheese,
4
more
characters.
holes.
2 mice named Sniff and Scurry, and 2
Yeah,
little
they
people
literally
who are the
just
same
responded
size as
with
mice,
lol.
named Hem and Haw. These 4 characters represent parts of us. They represent the simple and complex within each of us.
Who moved
As
my
Spencer put it,
cheese?
sometimes we may
Who
act
moved
like
my
Sniff who
cheese?
sniffs out
That's
change
right.
early, or Scurry who scurries into action.
A
or Hem, who
digest on the
denies and
Umbra.
resists change as he
Oh,
fears it
jeez.
will lead to something worse, or Ha, who learns to adapt in time when he sees
Ah.
changing can lead to something better.
Nightmare,
The four
nightmare,
characters
nightmare.
leave their homes in the morning and search around the maze day in and day out, searching for cheese. The cheese is a metaphor for what we want to have in life, whether that be a relationship, a career, freedom, health, a big house, and so on. The cheese represents what it is in our lives that makes us happy. It's the thing that we're always chasing. The maze represents where we spend most of our time looking for that so-called cheese, whether it be in the relationships of your life, in an organization, or in the community you live in.
Ooh,
Let's get into the
Mage.
story. Sniff, Scurry, Hem, and Ha got up early
Say
each
no
morning,
to
put on
child
their running
porno.
shoes,
It
and ran around the
probably is
maze
what
looking
being
for
a
their
fucking
favorite cheese.
technocrat is
The
like, with
mice
like
used a trial and
specially
error method
designed
to
in
find their cheese.
WO
One would sniff and
fucking
the other would
weekly
scurry
meetings
around.
where you
The
have to
little
be fed
people
this
used their
shit.
more sophisticated brains to
I
find the cheese.
keep the static
Eventually, they
Absolutely.
both
up.
found an enormous amount of
It's
cheese at
it's
Cheese
a free
Station C.
avenue to applying mind
All was
roads to
good.
people.
They all went back
Of course
to
they
Cheese
would do
Station
that.
C every morning, got fat on cheese, and returned home every night. This went on for a while. As time went on, Sniff and Scurry
Pretty much.
continued to wake up bright and early every morning.
Every
They scurried over to
fucking
the cheese
construct.
station, sniffed around to see if anything had changed,
Something along the
and
lines
then
of the
enjoyed their
fucking
cheese throughout the
duplex
day. Hem
assembly
and Ha, on the other
recycling
hand, started
building.
waking up later each morning and would walk over to the cheese station,
Whether it's more
expecting
abstract
their
like
cheese to be
this.
there. They had so much cheese at Cheese Station C that they felt confident it would continue to be there each morning. They had become a bit arrogant in their success of finding the cheese and a bit too comfortable. As you can imagine, one day the cheese was all gone. When the mice arrived early that morning, they were not surprised. They had noticed that their
Monkey.
cheese supply was getting less and less as they did their morning
So
inspections.
basically,
They
I'm
simply put
monkey.
their running shoes back on and set out into
So
the maze
basically,
looking
we
for
are
new
all
cheese.
monkey, and we
They
are
didn't
trying to get the
complicate the issue.
banana.
The problem and the solution were simple. No more cheese? Go find new cheese. As the author stated, the situation at Cheese Station C had changed, so Sniff and Scurry decided to change. When Hem and Ha arrived later that day, they were shocked. Their whole world had been turned upside down.
It's a pretty cool
They
image.
weren't aware of the changes occurring in their environment and assumed the cheese would always be there. Hem ranted and raved. What? No cheese? No cheese? Who moved my
Burning the
cheese?
scarecrow.
He hollered for a while and finally said, It's not fair. Ha was just as stunned, but he didn't rant and rave. He just stood there in shock and disbelief. He couldn't believe it and just tuned it all out. They went home that night hoping it would be back the next day, but as you can imagine, it wasn't there. The cheese was gone and it wasn't coming back. Hem began blaming others, stating, We are entitled to our
Don't go
cheese.
to the back room.
Why did they do this to me? What's really going on here? Sniff and Scurry had been on the move and had already found new cheese at Cheese Station N. Hem and Ha faced a lot of the same emotions that many of us face when change slaps us in the face. They didn't want to face the facts. They were in denial. They didn't want to go back into the maze and look for new cheese because that
Fucking
meant
Mickey
uncertainty,
Mouse.
getting lost, and possibly making a fool of themselves. The fear of failure had taken grip. They
Go to
returned
the
back to the
Umbra
empty
and
Cheese Station C every day
see
simply
Vegeta
because
fucking
it was
Mickey
familiar to
Mouse.
them. It was their comfort zone. Ha began
Come
to
back
come
to
to his
corporate
senses.
HQs, and you have to watch the cartoons about the mouse and the cheese again.
You watch it on repeat.
Go to the Umbra.
It is clear that like the technocracy becomes ever more powerful, and yet they are fucking losing, like very steadily and fast. So there probably is extraordinarily fucking powerful bullshit out there.
Golden gonorrhea.
Trying to take a vacation in the Umbra, and then you see Vegeta, fucking Mickey Mouse. Then you realize that the only one who can restore balance, spirit world, is you, and then he fucks you too.
And he rapes you for fun.
Fucking gives you the It gives you the doctor. What is? What's the
Botany.
green and purple? The dose.
Talking about Piccolo fucking him.
He gives you your dose.
Your daily dose.
He gives you your daily dose daily.
Stringing together words I don't understand.
Fucking Antard shit. Stuck around for fucking 10 years somehow. Actually longer than that. I don't know how long Piccolo Dick has been around.
DeviantArt exists as a fucking funeral pie, as a fucking just as an engine, as a kerosene line.
Like Scar, it's a fucking giant furnace. Power something else.
Ragu. There are devils who make prices go up, and I need them to go down.
Syndicate is hiring you to go into the Umbra and fight the devil to make prices go down.
Fight the devils that are doing this. I mean, you do have to consider at least one day in your syndicate career using dim side to go fight the bull and the bear.
You have to fucking contract out to reality deviants because you do not want the technocracy knowing that you're using this. You're literally fighting spirits to like fix market prices
to get a bull market.
I guess that's more retarded than like sacrificing animals to change prices.
Oh, there's actual like market slang that specifically refers to the animal spirits. They will literally talk about fucking price action that is unexplained as the animal spirits.
Yes, and
I'm not joking. Like on fucking like CNBC Money, you'll see them talk about the animal spirits. You can type that into fucking YouTube. You'll see clips and shit.
I believe it. And what I'm saying is, when you make the leap,
there's the bear and there's the bull and there's the animal spirits. It's real.
the uncategorized ones that are doing shit to the market.
When you make the leap, it's like we need to go beat the shit out of the bear. We need to get your brass knuckles, get your guns. We're gonna go fight the fucking bear to fix the market. That is when the technocracy disowns your ass.
Can only look at it.
Can only look at it on your graphs and weep.
I mean, I imagine that's what it is, because it's like you look at dim sci, and it's just sort of unrelated to a lot of other scientific principles, and so it's just maybe it is the case that in another dimension shit is doing this in response to stuff that happens here. But we're going to study that scientifically, and if you interact with it, it'll be like touching a bald eagle, and we'll fucking shoot you. And then Marauders do it anyways, and then you pay traditions retards and Marauders to fight each other to do it, and then the market is still a market.
Okay. I like that the syndicate just does all the fucking does every conceivably unethical and retarded fucking thing
For the love
that
of
they're
money
absolutely
is the
not
root of
supposed to
all
be.
evil.
Extremely casually.
Yeah, like there's still some syndicate technocrats who absolutely are like cross paradigming to literally cut cows open or like throw babies onto a pyre to affect the
Hey,
market.
it works. Well, that's what I was saying like the other day, like talking about them, like they have a very high potentiality to just be the fucking 10th tradition, just in a lot of ways.
It's like the Void Engineers are depicted as like the outsiders and crazy, but you know they're kind of supposed to be doing a lot of that shit, whereas the Syndicate is blatantly being two-faced about it. They're not supposed to be fist fighting the bear of the market.
How I imagine it is that, so like the insider knowledge is that people don't get brain sterilized when they get introduced into the VEs, but they do everywhere else. And so they basically have their own conspiracy going of we're gonna do what the union says, but only if it's like actually good. We have that self-critical analysis still available to us. And I imagine how it actually went is that syndicate dudes saw that they disobeyed the union in some way, like, oh, go bomb this fucking orphanage, it's going to cause this problem. They're like, there's a better solution, we're just going to do that. So a syndicate guy saw that and he was like, oh, so we don't have to follow the rules to the letter? Well, fuck it, I'm just going to go sacrifice pigs and get a bunch of money. Like, they didn't see the nuance of they're doing it for a reason. They just saw, oh, they broke the rules too. I guess we can just do that. Fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Like,
they had none of the subtlety the Void engineers had of like, okay, we're going to pretend to be a part of this system and uphold this system so long as it does the right thing. They just saw, oh, no system, no more, K, and then they just fucking
they
do all the things that investing bros are doing nowadays.
they're see the Void Engineers. They're making deals with Nefandi and Marauders. You know, we could probably use that to do something like make me rich.
Except they
Well,
don't make
there's
deals with
also that,
Nefandi.
like, the syndicate is so fucking gigantic that, like, you don't see the good little drones that stick to consensus and just spin away in the machine somewhere. You of course see all the fucking big swinging dicks who fucking take over corpse in the world and burn everything.
The big bad apples.
Fucking
the big
yeah.
the big boys that don't have have to watch the fucking cheese video every day.
Exactly.
They're the ones that make you watch the cheese video.
The ones that have 5 clone brothers produced by Pentex, and that used to be spies, but now are too busy.
Not produced by the progenitors, produced by Pentax because it saves money.
Yes. Specifically produced by Pentex.
But I mean, when they do deal with fucking Nefandi, look at their special projects division.
No, the syndicate does. The Void engineers don't.
I mean,
the Void engineers are generally good boys when it comes to that. They'll deal with marauders and vampires.
They're definitely
do their best to avoid Nefandi, though.
They're definitely less tainted than the fucking syndicate, but still,
Syndicates. The syndicate's tagline is literally $20 is $20, though.
But the Void Engineer revised book, I mean, the character telling you the book is inverted.
Oh yeah, well they're at risk. They just don't. But point being, they're absolutely at the highest occupational risk of getting inverted, but they don't want to do that, and they try their damnedest to avoid it. Like they go out of it because they're aware of that huge fucking risk, and that's why they'll sooner die than get into like comms range with some Nefandi.
Yeah, they're definitely they are, like, by virtue of being spirit masters, they of course know the danger more because they can perceive spiritual dangers, whereas the syndicate just sees money as money and not the spirit behind it. Money is just money.
$20 is $20, though.
I don't know. They spend a lot of time thinking about money. But it is just like the fucking science retards are literally just too busy fucking staring at their science nonsense to worry about reality. Syndicate's very much the same with their money.
Yeah, that's why the void engineers are at odds, because nobody else can even begin to grasp the spiritual dangers at work, and they're too fucking autistic and closed-minded in whatever sphere. Can't explain spiritual danger to somebody that just is expected to forces and matter.
No, that's
And also because they outright don't fucking believe in it in their paradigm.
Well, the one that's the least likely is actually Iteration X, because
Yeah.
they're quite literally not allowed to learn
Yeah,
Dimsai.
I was about to say they're literally forbidden about it until the revised books, because now they are straight up shoving Weaver spirits into machines.
It's cringe if they said that. I'd have to read it again, but I feel like it's still the
It's not
fact
a
that they
big
can't.
thing. It's not a big thing. It's saying that they're starting to. They've discovered a thing called a Weaver spirit or something, a pattern spider. They
Well, I know
found these
exactly how it happened, though, because despite them not legally being allowed to learn Dimsai, they're the ones who take the most precedence in the digital web, and the digital web is connected to the Umbra. And so they found, and it also has fucking pattern spiders in it. So, bing bang boom, their chief domain gave them like the avenue to get towards that. So if it does happen, that's certainly the reason why. But that's like a far stretch from them just fucking learning to step sideways.
I guess the digital web makes sense. I thought they just made like a gateway, because they do make space stations and shit.
Well, another thing is that they what's it called? When in the rare circumstance, which is going to be a thing that I talk about in character, is that in the distant past, when VAs grew up, they fucking joined at X. No longer the case. They just fucking execute you, and part of that is that if you're a virtual adept, you can. It's not unlikely that you end up with some fucking dots in the spirit sphere, and if you cross over, you're just not. That's a bad time, because if you're legally not allowed to and you just have that as part of your like innate being because you learned it, like that's probably how it got smuggled in, and that's also going to be like a justification for why like I very bitterly, very jadedly say like that's a lie. That's a lie to get you to surrender and to get you to fucking say, "Oh, well, I'm a hacker, and now I'm in trouble. Now I'm busted by the feds. I get to have a job, right?" You don't if you're awakened. If you're unawakened and you're just a good hacker, then they're just gonna enlist you into IDX, and that's sort of the tale of the stories of like people being such good hackers that they get hired by the federal government. But if you're awakened, you just get fucking killed. You just get disappeared, or at best, you get sent to Mecca, which is hell on earth.
Where you get the New World Order rehabilitates people surprisingly. It's like one of the
No, they
examples.
do. It does happen. Like the conversion thing, it does happen. But like the thing that my character is gonna say, with
they
no
eliminate your fear-based beliefs.
yeah, with no overarching like with absolutely no proof, he's going to say they don't do that. They just fucking kill you. because it's far easier to do that, especially if you're trying to recruit them into their compatible convention, which is Iteration X. And if you have Spirit Spheres, you're not compatible, and they're just gonna fucking kill you.
I guess you're compatible now in the new Iteration X after they got slapped.
Technically, I am compatible because I don't have Spirit or Dim Sci, but if you have Dim Sci, you're kind of gay.
Before you're either you get, there's a lot of things that can happen to you. Like you can get turned into like a drone, lowercase d drone, who got lobotomized and turned against your friends for the terror aspect of fighting your friend who is now a lobotomized zombie or a fucking hit mark. Or you get the New World Order had that one example, like an ecstatic who had forces, and he just applies that to his gun. I know it live.
Tie code. It's brown. Present day. Gay. Yeah, whatever. I'll fucking read this later. It's not important. Yeah. Conversions do happen. Like sterilizations and conversions do happen, but
Yeah.
like the technocrat propagandist would have you believe that as soon as you're ready to switch sides, you can just do that. The thing I'm gonna argue is like I've seen POWs die. Like they're not. You are not guaranteed any kind of place in their power structure just by saying I'm ready to jump ship now.
Obviously, if you trust the system, you're a fucking idiot. But
right.
the New World Order, one of their approaches, I guess their approach to the virtual adepts in particular, is to just offer them a job. Like, not even a 6-figure job, it says 5-figure. Like, you just pay them a salary, and they will come over sometimes, or you just shoot them. But obviously,
I mean, it's like any war. You have to bring something valuable to the table and be a part of whatever it is that you're trying to join. Otherwise, why would they care? Just fucking kill you.
I don't remember what revised Iteration X has to say about the virtual adepts, but I know pre-revised they're like, it says fucking traitors, kill the ball.
Well, that's where it says that like when kiddies grow up, they become id-Xers. When VAs stop being script kiddies, they grow up and turn into that.
That sounds about right.
But I counter that by saying it's not universal, and then take it to the next level by saying you're basically not. That doesn't happen anymore. Iteration organization. Space Marines. Well,
It depends. Technocracy let me have sex with computer programs.
the VAs do. That's literally like an example wonder.
Well, naturally they do, but I imagine that's a deal breaker for some of them.
All right, listen, I'm willing to join you on the side of this fucking reality bending race war, but I gotta bring my hologram bitch with me.
So, it's an interesting deal you give me, but my question is, technocracy still have a ban on child porn holograms? 'Cause that's the reason I'm a virtual adept. Holographic child porn.
The worst of them would probably just say, "We'll do you one better and get you fucking real kids," because that's kind of a requirement to join.
Likely. Because God knows what the Order of Reason was getting up to back in the day. That tradition probably didn't die. VA because being a VA because like child porn is illegal.
I want it to be legal.
That's my reason fighting in the Ascension War. One day it will be legal. Then you have a bunch of people calling you basically a Nefandi, pushing you away.
I mean, that's that's totally viable. Like that's absolutely a front. Like it's not just hacking and counter hacking. It's also what you infect other people with. And the tranny plague and the fucking degenerate plague is absolutely a thing in real life as much as it is there. So you just keep doing part of the secret war is the Nefandi on the internet just fucking smashing those mind roads, smashing sissy hypno into people until they eventually like cave.
With some help from the progenitors putting more estrogen in the everything
Yeah.
to make the sleepers more submissive. Make you're drinking the water, you're becoming submissive like them. Don't drink the water. You buy
Double-edged sword.
Make your own filter. Don't buy it from anybody, make it yourself.
Make your water filters.
Trust no one to handle your water. That would be a good quirk for a mage to have if he's like 200 years old. Doesn't let anybody handle his fucking water. I need to see immediately where that water is coming from. I don't trust upstream, as you call it.
If I don't trust upstream on my rig, I don't trust upstream on your fucking water source.
Rain,
That
yeah,
is
I trust that. At least I can fucking see where it's coming from. Unless you did something to those clouds, too.
chemtrails, dude. Chemtrails, my man.
I get water from myself, from my sweat, from my piss.
Recycle your piss.
Perpetual water machine. Soaked a lot of paradox to have a perpetual cycle of drinking water from myself.
The fucking revised it X book is It's pretty good because by then they had a handle on it. I'm glad they fucking. I'm glad that their commentary on virtual adepts is that they're cringe and gay and retarded. Literally using the terms retarded to describe them. It's from 2001 too. Which one was like super late? I think it was the New World Order book. Yeah, fucking New World Order book is from like 2012, which is fucking retarded.
They have smartphones.
Yeah,
In 2012, the old World of Darkness.
That's the thing, it's not, because it fucking ended canonically in 2004.
Did? What
Like all of the end time scenario of your choice is supposed to happen in 2004, whether that's Gehenna or the Ascension or Descension or the Apocalypse.
any particular reason for that choice of date?
Not that I've seen, I just know that that's where it is and when they say to set it, because it's also when they published it as well.
Probably far enough in the future, near enough, to be threatening. 90s.
No, it wasn't far enough. It was when they published it. Like the books are published in like 2003, I think, or maybe it was 2004. I'll go look. When was Mage the Ascension published? During the time of Judgment.
They
Yeah,
choose when the big bad happens, such as right now.
2004. Well, that's sort of the idea of it, you know. Like there is absolutely room for both, but fucking World of Darkness is both a period piece and also you could extrapolate it out to current times. It's very much like you run it as a period piece or you just make the decision basically. And they wrote as if 2004 was the end because functionally it fucking was.
Yeah.
Because that's just when they decided, like, okay, we wrote all that we were going to write, and we have this new project idea that's really fucking stupid, and it's called The New World of Darkness, and we're going to try that.
Weren't too
And
far
then,
off. 2007 was the end.
because like 2000, there's a long difference between the books that were written in like 2002 and 2001 to like, honestly, I think the only old World of Darkness books that were written besides V20, because V20 was 20th anniversary, which was like 2011, I think. But that's also when I think it's just the convention book New World Order and convention book Syndicate, both revised, were written in 2011 and 2012 respectively. Everything else is from like 2001. And I don't know any other book that was published that late. Oh, and I guess Progenitors as well. Was literally only fucking VE and Iteration X published that old? Fucking Void Engineers doesn't even have the fucking copyright page. Good scan. Okay, no, so it was only... Quite literally, the only one that was published that was old was Iteration X. Why Iteration X? It's fucking weird. But the other 4 conventions had books in 2011. Because question marks. I don't know. Everybody said it was cool. Everybody said that it was epic. Twas epic.
Big time.
Go there, go there, and in there. Place that. Recording.
Maybe they are right. Maybe the world ended in 2004.
Probably did, maybe 2007's too late. 2007's when everybody accepts that the internet died.
It was purely arbitrary. I mean, I can totally see, like, if I had to decide, I would probably, go with 2007. Just because it's not super official in, like, all of the books, except for, I think, a couple, that they just say, like, here's a timeline of events when the apocalypse, when these, like, the Ascension, when these things occur. And the timeline, like, presumably is supposed to start instantly. Because they refer to events that are important for the time, like, the Rogue Council and, like, a whole bunch of other shit, so...
I have a little bit of a bias towards 2004. That sounds about right, but I'm biased because of Newgrounds. That's like when Newgrounds fundamentally shifted its aesthetics when it allowed for more memory for flashes. Everything, like the center for flashes, became more advanced and detailed and shit like that. It was a blatant shift in like an era. Something stupid like I don't remember what fucking flash sizes used to be, like 10 megabytes or something. And they're like, fuck it, like 50, like a gigabyte, something like that.
Gigabyte sounds like a lot.
For Flash, yeah, and for a site where you just let retards upload whatever the fuck they want, it is. I mean, going from a megabyte, 10 megabytes to a gigabyte, it definitely is a fucking lot. There ain't a good example.
You know, it's only hitting me now. You want a good example of a syndicate retard, a market syndicate retard, gone traditions. There's this guy called Martin Armstrong. Created a runs a thing called Armstrong Economics. Who purports who like says he has built a model of history and economic cycles going back thousands of years. And he's been this kind of like this like strange legendary figure where people just still cannot tell whether he's a fucking charlatan and is just lucky and like some of the very like some of the ridiculously accurate calls he's made, or if there's like something more to his models, because what it would imply is that um there actually is some kind of historical pattern that can be measured in terms of proportion to all these things. And the way he did that is like goes against all sense of science completely. And then this fucking guy somehow got himself thrown in jail. I forget why or how. There's like this kind of like I still can't fucking remember how or why or what the fuck he did. And I don't think it was ever clear, but it was like I don't think he even went to jail. They like shut him down or something strange like that. And now he has this like rising from the ashes type of fucking character arc going on. And this guy had an interesting model where he was saying that he has this big like model of cycles of private sector expansion and public sector expansion. And so, you know, he'll make obvious statements like, well, after World War II, it's all about private sector, and just before it's public sector. And you see the mid 19th, that's all private sector, and then the early 19th and the end of the 18th, that's all private sector. It's all public sector, and he has this like fucking model going on, and he has the expansion of the public sector as starting, I think, like a year ago or something like that. He's been making this big noise about it for a while. I should check him out. He is the closest fucking thing I've ever seen to someone basically having a traditions paradigm just directly applied to market niggardry. He's a very weird guy. Very like fucking strange.
I know he's got resonance.
Yeah, he really fucking does. And the thing about him is that like he's been around for since like the 70s doing his stupid bullshit of like holding conferences where he shills his fucking paradigm and basically like begs for money. And he had this entire phase where he wasn't running like a grifty like fucking internet service like asking for money or shit. No, he was literally running around being like, listen, just buy into this, like just like sponsor me. I swear, like my fucking calls are amazing. And then he famously called the top of the Japanese market with a model, like 10 years in advance to the day, and then that impressed everybody. It's very cool, and I used to check out his stuff a lot more. I don't know, I haven't done that in like 2 years because it's easy to forget about people who are outside of fucking consensus in such a blatant way. Armstrong, and he has this model of history which is up on his website where he just nails down like key dates, and, like tells you what's supposed to happen on them, like a fucking where it starts looking like more like an astrology reading than anything serious. Where are we? Where can I models? No. Did he fucking remove everything from his website? Faggot. Fucking maze of bullshit. Historical turning points. Yeah, there we go. He has a 6000 BC to 2070 AD model. And he just turns that 8,000 year stretch into like charts that let me try to see if I can fucking link it. It's such a ridiculously like fucking blatantly like I am literally performing magic type of fucking thing that I just need to share it. Where's the server? He is essentially convinced that everything is a chart that goes up and down.
Things a chart.
Everything's a chart, man.
Everyone do the Bart man.
Basically become that. So let's see. Yeah, and it's all waves. It's all waves, and he has these like fucking sacred net numbers or whatever the fuck that are supposed to regulate absolutely everything. What the fuck? Yeah, and look, his website's so fucking broken. Like the sidebar bullshit prints over the actual dates. Fucking ridiculous. Wave. Where are we? 2020, 2022. And 2020 is supposed to be the start of a new one. I remember that one. I guess he fucking nailed that. Historical ECM turning points being file. What the fuck? It's just a printout of the fucking dates. That's it. That's all you can give me. You fag. It is interesting though. And it does kind of hold water. Not only because he's actually had some fucking success, with this way of doing things, but the reasoning behind it is fairly, I guess reasonable. It's he sat down and he just like took all major events and decided to measure, all the fucking times between them and measure their relative importance to each other and try to like string together events leading up to larger cycles within cycles, and then that's apparently what he came up with, thinking about it really hard for 1 trillion years. I fucking forget what happened because this guy was fucking destitute at some point. It was ridiculous. Like the technocracy fucking crushed his neck over something, and I forget what it is. And I think it is that he is also kind of a fucking scumbag and like grifted or something. Spiral panic. What is this? Oh, wonderful. Downward spiral. Where do I begin?
It was feeding on chaos and
I need to find that public-private fucking chart.
forgot that I muted all Discord sounds because it's calling me.
Fucking called on Discord.
I don't know, retards who want attention.
Not unfriendly enough. Time, the fourth dimension. There you go. You got a fucking wonderful little digest on time from this fucking retard. Here's a fucking syndicate thing for you to read.
Ascension. Have to utilize. Blueprint from quantum level.
Yeah.
Getting off. I gotta turn my loud AC.
Yeah. Fucking thing.